course. So, there's a lot of different stuff going on, and we'll explain it as we go through. This is quite a long run. There is a bunch of different things to look for, and all we are hoping is that we don't get trolled by insanely ridiculous enemies. So, I'm going to go ahead and name our characters. In keeping with the theme of the randomizers, we are going to... Actually, we'll name it Link. We'll name our characters after other characters you will see throughout the randomizer. So we have Link, we have Samus, should have made Link green. For green, we're actually going to use Ash, who we just saw from Paratroopa. And last but not least, we're going to have Mario.
So when do you make Mario a Dragoon so he can jump?
Eventually. So, oh, let me start my timer. So one of the first things you'll notice is that we do actually have faster walking in dungeons and towns, which is going to be really critical to finishing this at a quicker pace, because the walking just gets tedious, especially because we're going to have to be searching for items. We also have palettes of the enemies shuffled around a little bit, so we'll see some pretty interesting looking enemies as well. But the basic premise of the game is the same. We're going to go through, we're going to be collecting treasure chests to try to find key items that we need. Now, unlike Final Fantasy 1 randomizer, which we'll see later, there aren't as many key items in here. A lot of them are sequenced items where you get at a certain point in the game from the various characters. So we will have to go through and beat all the crystals and everything else. So early on, we already got a full moon, which is actually a throwing weapon. Can be used by a few classes. Of course, we don't have any of our classes yet, and we don't know what we're going to get quite yet. Not until we at least beat the land turtle. Also, I will be gaining levels a little quicker than normal because we do have experience and gil and everything else increased, just to make it a little easier. But go ahead, DG. By the way, I didn't formally introduce myself. I am CrimsonAvix. I am joined in the call by none other than the Greenleaf Effect. You'll probably recognize his voice from many other events, but we'll be entertaining you guys as we go along.
Hello again, everybody. And what I was going to mention is, for those of you who played some of the Final Fantasy series, but not all of them, this particular game is the series where the job class system came into effect. Most people haven't seen this a lot because the original Final Fantasy III was never ported over here until a 3DS release, or a DS release, I'm not sure which one it was. So most people's exposure to the job class system was actually with Final Fantasy V. It actually came into this one, and that's going to be a huge factor here in this randomizer, because there are certain jobs. We've got the jobs randomized. So normally for the Earth Crystal, the Wind Crystal here, you'd get some pretty jobs. Wizard, White Wizard, Fighter, your basic jobs. But seeing as we've got the jobs randomized, there's a potential to get some late game jobs here, which could make things easier or harder depending on what we have. The one guarantee you are going to get from the Wind Crystal is you're going to have one job guarantee that can cast at least level 2 white magic. And the reason being that is because there are 2 locations coming where you are required to cast a white magic spell to progress with the game. We'll address those when we get to it, but you are guaranteed to have at least one white magic user here from the Wind Crystal.
And just to answer your question, Shubinator, Goblin did not just drop an awesome sword. It dropped a shiny sword, which sounds like an awesome sword, but really its attack power is completely abysmal. I would never use it on my character. The only benefit it gives us is the fact that we're going to get a lot of money from it, which is nice early on.
Yes, money is always good, and especially the early game here. The biggest thing about the early game that you're going to see is what Crim's going to do is after he defeats the land turtle here, he's going to check but he's not going to immediately change into the jobs. And the reason being is because he's going to wait, because there's some pretty easy to get items in the next couple of areas. He's going to wait to see what those items he gets be, and then he's going to use those to figure out what he wants his jobs to be. And also, Crim, you picked up a mithril dagger. Equip it.
I did. I equipped it in battle. You'll see that I did remove a dagger from one of the characters and equipped it on another. The reason is because even though he does less damage, the 2 damage that he does on top of the double damage from the other character will eventually equate to more damage. So it's just a small strat that I use to make it go a little quicker. That's one great thing about this game is no matter the class or anything, they can always equip something in their left hand and the right hand. Sometimes you'll see a shield, but mostly it's always going to be 2 weapons, which allows for higher damage output. And having that mithril dagger for 2 people with double damage output is really nice. Land turtle was not issue at all.
In the original game, one of the chests you get right by the healing fountain is a south wind. Normally now known by an Arctic wind, but basically it allows you to cast Ice 2, which will one-shot the boss. It was your introduction using items as magic spells in the original game.
And now we have a little opening sequence, which is common for the early on Final Fantasies. Anyone who was just watching a lot of the Paladin stuff going on knows about the Paladin introduction. Well, Final Fantasy III is no different. Because this is the translated version, you'll also see some disclaimers and other stuff like that. So, but really, I mean, the randomizer is straightforward. Ultimately, we're going to be looking for what they call the Silk's Key. It allows us to get into the Crystal Tower, which eventually leads us to the Dark World, so we can encounter the Cloud of Darkness. We're also going to be going various places, needing to get the airships and the different bangs and crystal pieces needed to advance past the statues. Otherwise, we could walk right through the statues and automatically die. As a kid, when I played this game, I did that. I walked right where the statues were. I didn't have the required crystal beaten, and I immediately died. And yeah. AA said about the giant rat. You will see that coming up in a little bit. That's really when I'm choosing my job classes. I have to sort of take that into account, what items I have and things like that, because I know I'm going to need magic. Luckily, my capacity count, if you've never played the original NES version, you change jobs with... How about I stop doing that? You change jobs with capacity, and each job costs a certain amount of capacity. That was changed in the DS version, where there's just an acclimation period where you have to spend so much time doing the job at lower stats before you can get the full benefit. So we have a White Wizard, which does give us our access to some lower level white magic spells, as well as the Red Wizard. We do have a Warlock, which is awesome because that gives us access to all black magic, all levels. Hunter also can use some white magic and is a ranged attacker. The Conjurer uses summons. Different effect from the Summoner, so there's actually 2 different summon-based things. And then we have the Bard, who does Bard things, and then the Monk. So, early on, I'm not really sure exactly the way I'm going to go. Most definitely going to have a Warlock in my team as well as a Monk. But the other 2 I haven't decided on quite yet. Probably going to go White Mage, Red Mage, but we'll have to see.
And for those who don't know what we were talking about with crystals and fangs and statues, don't worry about that. We will address it later when it becomes irrelevant. There's a little bit of story we're going to have to go through. The story of this game, it's your fairly typical Final Fantasy story. You're the Light Warrior, save the world, blah, blah, blah. And that's something we will address when it gets to, a bit of a point. Right now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going around the first couple of towns, collecting
If I remember
items.
where I'm going.
Collecting items, going down a well, just to sort of get all the items we can now. And then once we get out of this first little section, that's when the story is really going to pick up a little bit more. Right now, this is more like your tutorial section of the game, where it teaches you basically how to how to fight, how to use items, things of that nature. So that's really what we're going to be doing here in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, is just sort of getting ourselves acclimated to what's happening.
Yeah, luckily for me, I did pick up some version of the nunchucks. I forget exactly which one, but I did pick up some version of the nunchucks in Ultra Cave. So that does give me a little damage output for the monk. Now, eventually the monk progresses well enough to where his attack is actually better bare-fisted than with any weaponry.
Yeah, now the other thing about this game that you'll notice is you have all the different capacity levels on hubs. Those are going to tell you two things. You obviously know how much you're going to need, but the other thing is the higher the capacity from your base set here of an Onion Knight or an Onion Kid, the higher level. You'll notice that the White Wizard only had an 8 capacity rating, whereas the Warlock had a 32. And basically, the Warlock is the upgraded version of the Black Wizard, whereas a little bit eventually we'll get a class called Shaman, or Devout, depending on which way you want to refer to it, which is the upgraded version of the White Wizard. So that's something you're going to see. A lot of classes have upgraded versions. Shaman, White Wizard, Warlock, Black Wizard. The Monk has an upgraded class called the Karateka. So you're going to see a bunch of that.
Also, another thing you'll notice, it's really critical with Final Fantasy III. Final Fantasy III had this weird mechanic where if you tried to run, you lost all your defenses. Because of that, now the randomizer does counter that a little bit, and it does take away all the penalty, but there is still some penalty to trying to run, and Samus is dead. So I won't be running as much. I'll actually be doing a lot more battles because I can actually wipe very easily trying to run and just getting pelted by the enemies.
Yeah, and that's absolutely. And Crim mentioned key items coming up here. There is, in reality, only 2 key items that we need to acquire that the story won't give us. And even then, the story will give us all of the key items eventually through pledgers, but they have been randomized to be put into chests. So there are some key items that will allow us to do some pretty large sequence breaks a little bit later on in the game. The best loot, which is going to allow us to skip an entire dungeon, and the Silk's Key, as Crim mentioned, is going to allow us to skip a couple of boss fights. Now, as Amazing Amfrost noted in the chat there, you notice the ability called Escape, which is going to increase your chances of running. As you'll notice, classes have their own abilities here. You haven't seen them yet because you've just been sticking with Onion Kids, but classes will have one ability, and you'll have the run command with it, like wizards will have magic and run, and some classes will have 2 commands, or one of their commands will be defense. So not every class has the running. The reason this is a thing is going to be coming up a little bit later once we leave this first area. There is a fight that is mandatory that you run from it because you cannot actually win. We'll address that a little later.
One of my favorite things about doing a randomizer of a game that's more obscure, I mean, Final Fantasy III definitely picked up some notoriety when it was brought to the DS, but the NES version is a little bit more obscure, so it's fun because we get to actually talk about some of the mechanics of the original game as well, that, you know, may or may not have been known. So okay, I have one more item to get here, and then I can do my shopping, which will also allow me to figure out possible job classes that I would want to take.
Did you get both items from the inn as well?
Oh, the inn, yes.
Yep, and
I've
seen the run of this here. A lot of the times you'll see glitched runs of this, and those runs tend to utilize something known as, the 99 items glitch and things like that. That's not something you're going to see here because, unfortunately, that glitch doesn't actually work in the English patch.
Also, just because of how I'm set up, I moved myself to another room right before this. That's what the delay in the setup was. I'm actually not running on my console. I'm running on an emulator, so I'm definitely not used to... Oh, I forgot to revive. I'm definitely not used to my controller that I'm using right now. So you'll see me make some odd steps and everything. It's just like that.
Yeah, the one good thing about this is it's not like we're doing speed in the sense of it's step routed, and this game is extremely step routed because there is a way in the game where you know where your encounters are going to be, so you can actually skip encounters in this game if you know where they are by using a potion on the square right before it, and you actually can skip the encounter, and that is used in the speedrun of this normally, but again, because we are not step routing, it's not something you're going to...
I could have skipped the first encounter, but it's nice to have the early... Okay, so I do have White Slayer, so Red Mage will definitely be doable. Too bad I don't have any night classes coming in. So,
one thing of note there is you... Go ahead.
So I'm just actually going to go back to the Altar Cave. There's 2 areas with chests here. One has Hill, which is right up behind these chests, and then the other will have some possible items, and I never killed Samus.
Yeah, so what I was going to mention there as we're in the shop, you'll notice there was the sword that cost 65,500, the Ragnarok. One of the other things that we have checked off here in this randomizer is to include the ultimate items into everything that happens. And there are 4 ultimate items in the game that you can actually get those by going to a hidden, not a hidden area, but an area at the end of the game called Eureka. And these 4 items are the Ragnarok, the Full Moon, and the Elvis Staff. Now, as you've seen, we've already picked up a Full Moon, and we have a Ragnarok that can be able to be bought. So those are, the reason they're going to be so because they are the ultimate weapons. Speaking of ultimate things, the other item that Crim is looking to get is going to be the ribbon. Now, the ribbon normally isn't available to buy anywhere, so if you happen to cross it shop, it's going to be actually only sold for 10 gil, and you're going to want to pick it up because, unlike all other Final Fantasy games, the ribbon prevents all status effects from proccing.
Also, rip Samus again because I decided to revive her and not, do anything more.
It was fit that you named that particular character Samus because if you, or one of them Samus, because in the DS remake, the 4 characters who weren't named in this one actually got official names, which was Luna, Refia, and I forget the 4th one, but there's 1 female, and in our characters we have 1 female, which kind of is hilarious.
I heard Lunith and Refia. What was the other one that you mentioned?
Arc. Was it Arc?
Yeah, Arc, and then, goodness, I can't even remember his name.
Lunith,
Angus.
Arc, Refia,
Yes, there we
Angus,
go.
thank you.
Thank you, Drumbordist.
I knew it was I knew it was something crazy like that.
I knew what his purpose was in the DS remake, but, forgot the name for a minute.
Yep, 100%. I remember what his purpose was, too.
Although, it does feel weird having Link be red and Ash be green. Should definitely be the other way around. But hindsight.
Yeah, but they're going
They'll
to
be
change
changing
colors
colors
as
anyway.
soon as you job change them, yeah. So, I kind of wish we got a summoner here, that way you could have made Ash the summoner.
I do have an Evoker.
Yeah, but come on.
Yeah, the Evoker.
You and
The
I both
Evoker's
know
not
that
great.
the randomness of how that works. And to basically explain how the randomness of how that works is, summons in this game are a little strange because monsters have 2 potential attacks they can do. They have a white magic version and a black magic version. The white magic version is usually going to do something to help your party, whereas the black magic version, which is the one you want when you're summoning, going to, damage the enemies. When you use a conjurer to summon, it's going to be a 50-50 chance of which one you get, and you don't know which one you're going to get. So that makes the Conjurer, while fun and completely fits the theme of being a randomizer marathon, isn't necessarily the safest option.
Okay. So, one of the most annoying aspects about Final Fantasy III is in order to do any job class changes, you actually have to manually remove all your items. So, it is one reason I don't do a lot of job class changes. But we did it anyway, so we will go ahead and we'll give Link. I'm tempted to go Hunter, but I think I'm gonna go with the mages along with the monk.
Yeah, and the 3 mages and a monk call is actually a really, really good one here. And the main reason for that is you saw that the giant rat was mentioned. And coming up here after we exit the first area, we're going to be given the spell Mini. Now, this game is the first one in the Final Fantasy series to it's that you have to go through certain areas with a handicap. And basically the big handicap in here is there are areas within the game where you have to go through under the Mini status. And what to do, of course, is the Mini status is going to make it so that you can't basically physically attack any of your enemies. Well, you can, but you're only going to do 1 damage to them. May have access to magic, of course, which will allow us to actually deal damage to enemies while we are in the Mini status. So having 3 mages here early on is really, really good. The other big thing, of course, for the Mini status is it doesn't matter what armor you're wearing, your physical defense drops to 1 when you are Mini.
Okay, so I'm just going through trying to figure out my setups. Now, in this case, because I only have 1 nunchuck, it is actually better to leave him bare-fisted. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of equipment other than that. So we're going to go ahead and buy 2 of those, and then we have some stuff to sell. You'll see me selling some items. It's not that they're not good items, it's just that they don't serve me a purpose, so I won't be using them. The shiny 2500, it's not great, but it's better than the weapon itself. And then things like the mithril daggers and stuff we won't be using either, so I think that's everything. Mithril sword I won't need, and I won't need the ice shield. So just a little bit more equipping, and then I'll be ready to move on. I could have probably sold the mithril armor, but we'll do that later. No.
The other thing to point out here about this game, this is also the first Final Fantasy game that gave us the row mechanic. You have front row and back row, and putting mages in the back row if they're not going to be physically attacking is definitely the way to go, because it's going to increase their defense, decrease the amount of times they get hit. Basically, it makes them survive. The trade-off, of course, is that your physical attacks aren't going to hit as much. But with our mages, we're going to have a bunch of magic to play with, so we don't necessarily need that.
Alright, I think I'm good. Because the red mage is a decent physical attacker as well, I actually will keep him in the front row, because that's going to be a lot of my quicker damage output. Another great mechanic in, I better fly hot ribbon stuff. But,
you might want to make sure you heal so you have spell charges.
Oh yes, I did not heal. But, yeah, the quicker damage output, some battles I'm not gonna waste magic in, so I do want my attackers to deal as much damage as quickly as possible. And if you do hear me cut out, it's probably just me communicating to my son, but we'll try to keep this as focused on the randomizer as possible.
Yeah, so coming up next here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going one town south. We're going to be being our airship of the game. Yes, I said first airship of the game. There's going to be a grand total of 4 airships in this game we are going to have. Yeah, I know I spoiled the number, but that is going to be airships we're going to get here in this game. This first one is going to allow us to get up to a castle and to effectively take on the first dungeon of the game here. We'll get to the story in a minute.
Could have probably just waited until I was in Kansas to heal, but...
Yeah, so coming up here, as Krim mentioned, we're going to be going to the town. And what we're going to find there is that everybody in the town of Kazas has been turned into these weird outlines of themselves. It's supposed to be ghosts or whatever, but they just look like dotted line people. They have been cursed, as well as the Sasune Castle we're going to see, by the evil, evil Jinni. Our job as the heroes is to go and stop the Jin. And we're going to do that, but first we're going to run out of Kazas and the Castle of Sasune of all of their treasures, because we're the heroes of the world and we can get away with stealing everything.
Talk to Sid. Yes, you can actually walk behind here, but there's nothing. I don't know why they do that, but... Alright. So walk and hey, look, there's a hidden airship. Wouldn't you know it? I already grabbed those.
The thing about the airships here in this game is, as you can see, they cannot cross over mountains. And the one spot of grass that we have is, blocked by a giant boulder, which we don't have the capabilities of taking care of right now. So basically, this entire first area is a giant fetch quest, so we can make it back to normal, so we can talk to the guy in Kazas to make us a mithril ram, so we can ram our airship into the boulder, and that's how we're going to break it. Yeah, how's...
Yeah, as Drumboards just said in chat, if you didn't notice, I just picked up the Silk's Key, which allows us into the final dungeon of the game. Unfortunately, we don't have access to that place yet. Anyway, we still need to beat some fire, wind, earth, and water crystals and stuff like that. So, but knowing that we already have the Silk's Key and I don't have to search for that is nice. And yes, I can use Bard now, AA.
Okay, so the other big thing that you're going to see here is you see a lot of secret passage usage here, and that's going to be a huge, huge thing, especially a bit later on in the.
So I'm just laughing about
Flare. It requires you to use secret passages. Yes, and Flare. One of the other things that we took care of is we made sure we randomized all the level 8 magic into every. Well, Flare is one of those level 8 magics. It does exactly what you think it does. It single targets for an absolutely metric ton of damage.
The funny thing about that is normally, like, if we didn't have the class, it would be completely useless, but we were gifted with the Warlock as well to begin, so, you guys will actually be entertained because I will definitely, treat you all and use Flare on the upcoming Griffin. Oops. Once I go into there.
Yes, basically what happens is all the items you need to progress in the game, that'd be the mini spell, the toad spell, the eye, the loot, and the Silk's Key, can all be obtained via games. They also have all been randomized into chests, so there is a potential that you don't need to go after them and utilize them in the event triggers. By finding you to not necessarily sequence break, because you're not necessarily sequence breaking the entire game. It allows you to skip a dungeon or two here. Job stats were not randomized, Shub. But the one thing about this game, guys, is this is a fun run, and eventually we're going to run out of things to talk about originally. So any questions that you guys have that relate to the game itself, by all means, go ahead and ask them, and we will do our best to answer them. And I will be 100% honest. If I don't know, I'll probably make up an answer that I think sounds entertaining.
Also, yes, I just did 939 damage with that flare. So
keep in mind we're in the beginning section of the game.
Yeah, yeah. That's the interesting thing about Warlock is even at very, very low levels, Warlock and Shaman both have capabilities of firing off level 8 spells. So that is why being gifted with one of the two at the very beginning is amazing.
Basically, like I said, the Warlock is the upgraded version of the Black Wizard, so the programmers never intended you to have it this early. By the time you have access to it, which is at the 3rd crystal, the 4th crystal that you get it, you're supposed to have access to all that, but you don't even get the level 8 spells till the final area. So that's one of the fun natures of a randomizer is breaking things. We're speedrunners, and we like to break things. Monsters are not randomized just because we don't want, endgame area bosses in the first section. Statistics are randomized, their abilities are randomized, so you might see some late game mechanics early, but the monsters themselves are going to be the same.
I kind of rushed the game AA. I do have the key to get into the final area. I still do need to go complete all the crystals and everything. As well as I'm nowhere near well equipped enough to take on Cloud of Darkness right now. Cloud of Darkness is notorious for actually being, at least in the original NES version, for being one of the most difficult bosses in the Final Fantasy series. Unless you're overpowered with a fully equipped Unite and stuff like that, it can be a very tedious battle. So I want to make sure that I'm in good shape for that. And actually, I'm going to go heal really quick.
I see the you brought up in chat about magic and stuff in this game. The MP in this game is similar to how it was in Final Fantasy 1, using MP level charges as opposed to actual MP. So you're going to see later on in the game, depending on which jobs we have, there might be 41, 50 casts of a level 1 magic available just because of the level and the class we have. So unlike Final Fantasy, your number of spell charges only goes up to 9. In this game, you can have up to 99 spell charges. And you do regain them by resting, just the same way you regain your HP.
And yes, because I do have 3 charges of Flare right now, you can pretty much expect any early game boss will be pretty much a one-shot, which is kind of nice.
Yep, so here coming up is the Cave of the Seal. You're going to see a lot of undead enemies here, skeletons, mummies, and the like. And they're going to get a bit fun. We're going to get introduced to our next mechanic in this game, which is the 5th character NPC. There's just basically in the DS version, they actually help you out by either attacking or healing or doing things like that. In this game, they're just obnoxious and follow you, and if you hit the B button while they're following you, you will stop and talk to them. Now, normally they'll give you some, potentially beneficial advice, but for the most part, it's just, "Hi, I'm so nice to meet you."
The White Mage is hitting pretty hard for this point in the game because she has the Golem Staff, which is actually a pretty powerful staff. Now, items, just like in Final Fantasy 1, items have the ability to cast magic, depending on what items they are, but in order to do it, you have to actually be able to equip the item. So, I got the Thor Hammer, so that does cast either Lit 2 or Lit 3, but unfortunately, none of my characters can equip it, so I can't use it at all. The Golem Staff doesn't hit for a lot of damage. It does do gradual petrify, but we don't want to wait around for that to kick in, so we're just not going to bother using that.
Yeah, but that's another thing you're going to see a lot of throughout this game is status effects. There are enemies that can have attacks, like in other Final Fantasies that can just do poison you, confuse you, whatever. They can cast spells, just like you can, that can petrify you, kill you, things of that nature. So status effects are a big thing, and the biggest, the most obnoxious one thing you expect that the most obnoxious status effect, at least as far as I'm concerned when I'm playing, is when you get the mute status effect. Because 9 out of 10 times, for some strange reason, the game decides we're going to mute the one person you have who can heal you, and there's going to be no echo herbs in sight.
You'll notice that the Warlock just did an insane amount of damage with that ice. Well, first of all, he's a Warlock. Second of all, I do have the Ice Rod equipped to him, so he is going to do an insane amount of damage just because of the enhancement there as well. Which is nice because it allows me to take out enemies quick, and it has 14 charges.
Yeah, so the thing to keep in mind is the only way to regain your spell charges in this game are through resting at an inn or through the use of elixirs. There is no ether type item that is not a thing yet. The thing with the elixirs is they are hard to, almost part of the too good to use item club, although come the end of the game you're definitely going to want to use them because things at the end of the game can get pretty rough.
Yeah, I do also have 7 charges of Ice 3, which would probably do close to the same amount of damage as Flare right now. Yeah, elixirs are basically a heal-all.
Yeah, so basically what we're doing here in the Cave of the Seal is this is where Jin is hiding. And our job, again, is to go and stop the Jin. By stopping Jin, you can return everybody in Castle Sasune and in Kazus to their normal, and that's going to allow us to progress with the plot. We're going to meet up with Princess Sarah from Castle Sasune here, and she's going to tell us that she also came here to destroy the Jin, and that in order to stop his turn, steal him in a mithril ring, and then dip the ring in the pool in the basement of Sasune Castle.
And creepy Sarah decides, you don't have a choice, I'm coming with you, I'm going to stalk you if you tell me no. So she comes with us whether we like it or not. As TG said, if I press B, I can talk to her. I'm not going to. So we're just going to run through until we get to Jin now.
Yeah, and for those of you who played Ocarina of Time, you thought Princess Ruto was obnoxious and a pain? No. Princess Sarah here was doing it long before Princess Ruto was a thing.
Ice 3 making quick work of them.
I would like to point out that I am resisting the urge right now to make bone puns, and it's very hard. Yes, in the DS version, Princess Sarah here is the entire reason because Ingus is a guard at Castle Sasune, who happened to be not there when the curse occurred, and he goes back because, well, he has the hots for Princess Sarah. And yes, I have the hots for.
Yeah, as AA said, you'll see that I picked up Haste. Haste is different in the earlier Final Fantasies because it's not active time battle, so the way Haste worked in the original Final Fantasies is it increased the amount of hits that you do per turn. Oh, she already has Confused. Unfortunately, my White Mage cannot use it yet, so I won't be able to benefit from it on the Monk. Notice that my White Mage has no magic right now.
Yes, because while we have found different white magic spells, nothing of 3 levels that we can use, unfortunately. The thing with the white mage, especially, depending on what you find, is white magic, of course, is going to be a lot of your healing magic and things like that. So one of the spells you want to find is Arrow, or Arrow 2, but with a white wizard, specifically Arrow, it's going to deal air elemental or wind elemental damage, and it's one of the few ways that the white mage can actually attack using their magic.
Okay.
Yes, Zelly, there is increased movement speed here, and that just things that, has no effect on anything except the gameplay going faster. And I think we can all agree that, faster walking speed is always a good thing.
Only 444 from that flare. Allows Link to come in and take the kill.
So for those of you keeping track at home, that is 1 kill steal for Link.
There will probably be a few times where you get to hear a little bit more of the boss music. Fortunately, we will get to hear quite a bit of the final boss music, which I think is one of the best in the entire series. So now we're going to get our canoe, and this, just like the canoe in the previous Final Fantasy, allows us to go across water. Of course, it's required very early on because, well, we need to go back and get our airship.
Yep. Now, as we said, you can see here that everybody is back to their human form. That's going to allow us to go and get the mithril battering ram on the airship. It's also going to open up the mithril cave in Kazis, which is going to have a couple of treasure chests that we may or may not make use of, depending on what's inside.
If I wasn't as well equipped, I might avoid it at this point just because the enemies in there are kind of nasty, but now we have Sid running to us, and just like Sarah before him, he joins us. And this is going to be an ongoing theme.
Yeah, random people who we just met deciding, I want to come with you. Take me with you, please. And remember that I mentioned the arrow spell? Here it is.
Okay, the same weapon sold on 2 different slots, but there is also the Wind Spear. We don't have a Dragoon, so it was not a benefit to us. But I will buy a Tonfa just so I can equip the monk that way. Erase can be useful. It's just basically a kill spell. I may or may not use it. So, yeah, we're probably going to use the 3. We'll use that. Buy a white robe. Wow. I have to sell some stuff. Equip. Don't want to equip that yet. This is one of the most annoying parts, is trying to remember what I want to equip and stuff like that.
I thought the most annoying part was you have to spend the next 4 hours and 15 minutes with me talking.
Yeah, I elected for that though. At least... Ooh, I should just buy another Tonfa. Item... So we'll buy 3 of those. I didn't get the discount, unfortunately. And then I'll want to go buy another Tonfa. And then it should be done.
Yeah, Basically what's happening is you see there's the quantity button for the shops. You can buy things in quantities of 1, 4, and 10. The more you buy in bulk, the more of a discount you get.
Yeah, the discount's actually pretty straightforward. It's if you buy 4, you get a 10% discount. If you buy 10, you get a 20% discount. Okay. So we're going to equip the diamond rings, which actually give quite a nice boost to defense, so definitely nice to have.
The fact that we have now equipped Mario with 2 Tonfa, turning him from a monk into a police officer. Because for those who don't know the shape of a Tonfa, if you've ever seen a typical police officer, the nightstick that they carry, usually with the little T-bar, that is a Tonfa.
Alright, so now we finally get to talk to Taka, who in the DS version is actually the female freelancer's father. And he puts a battering ram on our ship, so we can go blow up the ship.
Yes, Paratroopa, police do actually carry nightsticks. This because I legitimately saw one yesterday. Yeah, I could tell stories about that, but we're not here to do that. We're here to smash our airship completely to pieces and spin in circles. We can discuss police and nightsticks later, but welcome to Canaan, or Canaan, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Yeah, inventory management in this game is crazy because you still have a set limited inventory, but the game does give you a way to store some more things. There's an item in this game, carrot, and if you find a spot that smells like Chocobo, you can use a carrot to summon the fat Chocobo, and he will basically act as your suitcase for everything.
Now, normally here in Canaan, there is quite a bit of items that you can get. However, in order to do that, you need an elixir, which is usually conveniently placed where I just got that sword. But since we don't have the elixir, we can't heal Sid's wife, and therefore we can't... Holy medio. We can't actually do anything. So, I'm gonna see if I can sell to get medio. Diamond shield. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I did make it. And I bought Odin instead. Okay, well, such is life. No medio for everyone. And since that's all I can do, we will go up the mountain.
You're going to up the mountain ahead?
Road to the Summit seems pretty awesome too. So
it is. Now, I mentioned here about an upcoming battle needed to be run from. Coming up at the top of the summit, that is going to be the battle I'm talking about. That giant dragon you just saw, that is Bahamut. And unfortunately in this game, this is one of those encounters that we cannot win because we are not nearly high enough level, and at the end of every round, the boss heals all of its damage and goes back to max HP. The only way to get through that encounter is to run away from it. So you need to make sure that you have at least one character with a run command going into this fight. If you can't, then you're kind of up a creek.
now the game does prepare you for that, and since we just lost Sid, of course we're going to get another character to join us, and that's going to be Dash, and Dash tells you just to run away. Now whether you heed his advice and do so is one thing, but the game does tell you. Now later on there is another battle that you don't actually have to get into, but it is a completely unwinnable, unrunnable battle. And if you're not aware of what's going on, chances are that you're going to just die very, very quickly and painfully.
I can tell you that in the DS version, that battle you're talking about got me good the first time I got there.
Okay, so we got Quake, which, you know, is another high-level, all-powerful black magic spell. So the game is treating us very nicely with this Warlock. And we'll still ice everything. As you can tell, now that he has Itampa equipped, he is doing a lot more damage too.
It's going to take a little bit longer of leveling up for the Monk to become proficient with just beating people up with his bare hands, whereas the Karateka, which is the evolved form of the Monk, is going to take a little bit less time proficient with bare hand beatings.
These characters need to do more damage.
Well, you know there's a healing shrine coming up. And magic. Or immediately after the top of the mountain.
Alright. Yeah, I could use magic. Catfall, so I am equipped for the...
This game is knowing what's coming up and when your healing points are is going to be great, because if you know you have one coming up, it definitely will spam magic, which is going to cause things to, you know, die faster, because at least right now, because our magic is definitely the strongest thing we have with that Warlock. A little bit later on when we get some other classes, there's the possibility of other classes outpacing them. Knight and Magic Knight come to mind because we've already seen Ragnarok and we already have Excalibur and the Defender Sword. So both of those come to mind for being able to outpace damage. But again, the one thing about those is they're only going to be single target, whereas the Magic has the potential to target everything on screen. Especially when we teach things like Quake. Quake is going to be a very powerful spell. It's going to help us out a lot coming up. Especially when we have to go through the aforementioned mini dungeons coming up, and there are 2 of them that we're going to have to do. Now, there is one thing I want everybody to keep in mind right now. I want you, the guy who you just see there, who's talking to us, that is Desh. I want everybody to take a look and remember the color that Desh is right now. Because Desh has a superpower. Desh's superpower is he can change the color of not clothes, but his hair. And that's going to depend on where you are. So just keep an eye on Desh, and remember the colors you see may not always be the colors you get.
Also, very good luck with the run on the very first go. So this little town, if you... Oh, how would I equip mini converters? If you don't use mini, you can never find the town. So, yeah, this game loves forcing you to do certain things, and using mini is one of them. And hey, Z-Man, how's it going? So we get to run around in these little, like, character outfits and everything, and be entertained. Yeah, I'm gonna top off potions. No, I didn't really top off my potions there. I probably have like 92 or something like that, depending on how many I picked up, but I can't ever remember if there's anything in that. There's not. And I got the troll NPC. Now,
So in here, go ahead.
Now we will have to use one of our antidotes that we have. Ooh, heal, life 2, ice 2, bolt 3, pure. Pure is nice because it is my antidote. So, but I have to use an antidote on this guy up here. That way I can progress through the Hey, I got Meteo anyway. Look at that. That way I can progress through the cave to another portion of the game because, you know, we have to go in a certain order because that's how this always works. So, even though it doesn't matter right now, we are going to equip that other golem staff on Samus.
And as Krim mentioned, they're using this guy here. Not the first time we technically could have done it. We could have used an elixir on Sid's wife, which would get us access to Sid's stash. There's going to be at least one other time we're going to have to use an item like that on an NPC. That's not going to be coming up until we reach the flooded continent, which is coming up a little bit later on in the run.
Hopefully not too long. So this area is very annoying because, well, it's full of enemies and the only way you can attack them is through magic. So that's what we're going to do, and our monk's just going to defend it all the time. Luckily, the enemy HP in here is slightly lowered, that way you can do multi-targeting spells, but just the constant battles does get kind of tedious. It seems like the encounter rate in this passageway is slightly higher than other places. But luckily our Warlock has enough charges that we can just battle for days in here. Not that I'm going to. Now, it may seem like we're still relatively early on in the run, and I mean, we are. The run does pick up a little bit as soon as you get off the floating continent. Floating continent itself is fairly slow, so hopefully we'll be able to get there. As I said, it is kind of unpredictable on how long this randomizer might take, so I am still going to try to get it done within my time limit, but we'll definitely see what happens. The only thing is we do want to do a lot of safety saves once we get out of here. This is really the last safe place. After here, the game can really wreck us very quickly with bosses and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll be doing a lot of safety saves. And there's what Quake can do for you.
Did you do into UPS?
No, I didn't say there's what Brown can do for you. I just said Quake.
You use the same thing. You just substitute the word. Just turn Quake into the UPS of Final Fantasy III.
Hey, Nacho! Speaking of which, there is the very creator of this randomizer. So it's good for him to stop by and get to see his randomizer completely destroy me at some point. But yeah, actually, first time getting to tell you that how much I really enjoy playing this, even though a lot of runs do end up trolling me at some point. But it is definitely a lot of fun to play nonetheless.
Yep, this is an absolute blast to play, especially coming from someone who basically had to learn how to play this game over the past week and a half because I had to actually go seed. So I've actually played through this seed, so I kind of know what's coming. So that's why I'm not speaking a whole lot of what's to come, which we're doing the storytelling here. And Jay Coper, to answer your question, you're currently under the mini status, so that's why the player sprites are so tiny. And you actually have to be under the mini status to go through that cave. Another cave upcoming here pretty soon. Basically, once we get out of those two caves, we will revert back to being our normal large-sized selves, which is going to be, quite interesting.
I could make them large for right now, but then I'd just have to waste another charge to turn them mini again. That's why I don't normally do it. But I'll run around with the blue guy for a little bit. Nope. I can never remember which pots do and don't have items in them.
I just usually hit every pot.
Break sword. That guy tells us that we can have his enterprise if we defeat Nepto the dragon. Except Nepto is the one encounter that I was talking about that you cannot run from, cannot beat. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go into his eye.
I must say I'm a little disappointed you didn't.
That I didn't what?
You didn't fire the cannon in the Viking space.
Oh.
Yeah, that cannon there in the dock, you can fire once. It just shoots a cannonball, that's all it does. It's completely pointless, but it's fun.
Also, you will see throughout, I may end up switching to a sprite and sticking on that sprite for a little bit. I should try changing them every now and again. But there's a few sprites that are just completely awesome to run around as. The Shaman is one of them, because Shamans have bunny ears. And there's a few others. So you may see me stick to...
Geomancer comes to mind.
Yes, Geomancers are great.
Right. Yeah, now, currently what we are doing, we have gone into the eye of the Nepto dragon statue because it's missing its crystal eye. Yeah, I know, crystal eyes, things missing them. Is this Final Fantasy 1? No, unfortunately we're not going to be with Prince here. Instead we're going to call him a raging dragon. So basically we're going to go in through the eye socket of this Nepto dragon statue, and we're going to be searching for his crystal eye, and we're going to find it being guarded by that who will not let us take Shiny away. Yeah, that's right. That's the boss, is a rat who will not let us take away the shinies. You know, sometimes Nintendo logic is fun, and but shiny, I like that concept. It could just be me, though.
And actually, Drumboardus, normally I would agree that the Geomancer looks great, but isn't great. But once you play Randomizer, and now, oh my goodness, we got a second Silk Ski. Completely useless, by the way. But, the Geomancer is actually really good if you get him with the Wind Crystal. Extremely useful early on in the game because his magic actually does quite a bit of damage. Those hits, though. Woo! Mario did 2 damage. Yeah, but, it's just like the Scholar, it's a novelty thing, in the later games.
But hey, sometimes novelty is good.
Let me run up in between the pillars. Back attacks.
Are they back attacks?
No.
It's not nearly as fun.
It's a Lilliputian back attack.
Did we name anybody Gulliver?
No, but we are, quite opposite of what he was.
True. I mean, I don't see them tying anybody down, so, I mean, there is that going for us, at least.
Okay, so here's our giant rat battle, and normally he's annoying because, well, we can only use magic on him. Fortunately for us, we can use magic on him. And we'll go the Meteor route.
You really probably should have, if we're going to do that, though, you should have named the Black Mage Sid, so we could have had Sid doing Medio again. I know it's the wrong game, but still.
Now, unfortunately, I do not have Exit. A lot of the previous randomizers that, seeds that I've done of this, I've gotten early, Shaman and, Exit, so I could actually just teleport out and be done with it, but, not so much here, so we'll have to fight our way out.
Yeah, I was going through and finding out, doing a bunch of test seeds to try and vet them. And a lot of the seeds I had to give up on because there was a lot of early enemies, that had media or Quake or things like, yeah, this isn't, really a good thing. This is a pain in the butt. But there was a string of like 6 seeds in a row where my Wind Crystal job set contained the Sage, which is the ultimate magic user class that you usually get Rika. So that was quite interesting. And these Sages actually have the capability of casting white magic, black magic, and summon magic. So, it kind of like, oh hey, I'm gonna sit. I have all of this fun stuff. Yeah, this isn't, it's not nearly as difficult as it should be anymore, but it's fun.
Yeah, in terms of randomizer, it's always fun being overpowered.
Oh, that's the absolute best. And then you have the other times where you completely unlucky, and you don't get overpowered at all, and it makes it into a completely different experience. Yes and no, AA. The interesting thing about the Sage class that I've learned throughout these things is, while the Sage can learn any type of magic, the early game with the Sage is actually not as good as you might think, because they get a lot of game spell charges, but they don't start getting their level 6, 7, and 8 spell charges till you level up well into the 30s and 40s. So if you have a Sage and you have the option of doing a Sage or a Shaman or a Sage or a Warlock, just doing the dedicated spellcaster for the specific type of magic, simply because you're going to have access to more spell charges of your higher level spells. Later on in the game, yeah, I would suggest Sage, but if you have the option of, Warlock versus Sage at this point in the game, I would choose Warlock because you have access to more level 6, 7, and 8 spells. I did a seed where I had a Sage, and I was at level 25, and I had 1 charge of my level 8 spells.
And it is broken, but a big reason why I elected to do that and like some of the key items and stuff and the level 8 spells is just because I wanted to make sure that I could complete this in as fast of the time as possible. However, I did not include Onion Knight equipment. That would be extremely broken. So...
And by going ahead and placing the eye here, we're going to get the first of 4 fangs that we're going to need later. We're going to get the fang from the water dragon. I know, big surprise there. These 4 fangs are going to allow us to destroy some statues near the end of the game, which will then allow us access to the final area for quite a while right now, but we are going to go ahead and do that.
I gotta go heal first because I accidentally did not unmini everyone, so... Oops. No, don't run.
Yeah, now that we have the ship Enterprise, a lot of the floating continent here is going to be opened up to us. Not every part, you're still going to have a couple of things left to do, but a lot of it is going to be opened up. But the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have to go to a place called the Tower of Owen. Now, the Tower of Owen requires another spell to get in, this one being the Toad spell. Now, that's not something we have, so we're going to go to and that's going to be the Gurgan's Volcano, and they're going to give us the Toad spell. And they're going to explain a little bit more about Desh's character, where he has to go ahead and head to the Tower of Owen and fulfill his destiny. Now, we're not going to discover a whole lot of what that is, because we're not going to go to the library we're going to see later on in the game. But basically, what you're going to need to know that we're going to find out is the man... it turns out he is Desh's father, and after building the tower that's going to keep the floating continent afloat, Owen decides he's going to cryogenically freeze his son Desh who will awake when crazy happens to the tower. And unfortunately for Desh, when he wakes up, he has amnesia and doesn't remember what his destiny is until he gets to the top of the tower. But we'll get to that when we get to the top of the tower.
Just stopping in Taco quick to get a few items that may or may not be good.
As you can see, Taco looks like it's been pretty much ransacked. Taco is the Melmond of Final Fantasy III here. It is going to be ransacked, and we'll get into why it's been ransacked later. Again, first we need to go through the Tower of Owen, and then go through all the dwarf stuff before we can handle the Taco stuff.
Okay. So I'm getting very full with my equipment, so I'm trying to debate on what I want to sell and get rid of and stuff like that. So I am actually going to make a pit stop and sell some stuff first. Now I could also make a pit stop at Argus Castle, and there is a few things that I would be able to pick up. However, instead of making 2 trips there, I will just wait until I have a key to open up the 2 locked areas.
Yes, and Argus Castle by Sid, who tells us that he can construct the airship, but he doesn't know how to make it fly. We need to get something from the King of Argus Castle. Unfortunately, if we go there, Argus Castle is completely empty. This whole roundabout set of side quests is basically going to get us to the point where we're going to rescue everybody from Argus Castle, who has sort of been imprisoned in a giant floating tree. No, Xeth isn't making here from Final Fantasy V, though it's kind of funny. That we are just going to go ahead and basically the court vizier, whatever you want to call him, basically the Jafar of this game has imprisoned everybody in the world because that's what evil viziers do. But again, we will address that when we get to it. First, we have to go save the dwarves. And by that, the Tower of Owen. Here's a question I've actually been meaning to ask you, Krim, because I notice when you sell your items and stuff, you tend to keep some of the books around. Why do you keep the books around?
In case you get early Scholar, Scholars can actually do quite a bit of damage with the books. So I actually do sometimes elect to keep them around if I get Scholar with like the Fire Crystal job. Scholars aren't really great for anything else, but the books do quite a bit of damage output, and they're all elemental, so that can sort of work to your favor too. So just another option if I needed it. But at this point, yes, I did just power up Bolt too. So yeah, my Warlock's becoming more and more broken as we go. But yeah, at this point, I'm not going to need it at all. So we'll do a quick
at this point in the game, can you access Sid's stash yet, or do you have to wait till you get the airship?
I think you have to wait until you get the airship, but I can double check.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was now or if you had to wait till you got the airship to do it.
Since I'm here, yes, he is still in the way.
Okay. But basically, Sid, if you feed his wife an elixir, he'll move out of the way. But later on, once you give him the item to dump the airship, he'll also move out of the way. And you can hit that lantern behind him to get access to 12 chests in his basement.
Oh, other side of this.
And of course, seeing as this is a randomizer, treasure chests are good, because it's like Christmas morning. You never know what you're going to get. You just hope it's not socks, because who likes getting socks as a present? Well, let me rephrase that. I got a couple of pairs of socks for Christmas this year that are awesome because one of them is a red pair of socks with a flash symbol on it and a cape. So I actually did enjoy getting a pair of socks for Christmas this year, but that's a few and far between thing.
We haven't run into any enemies. Now, as we've been talking about, enemies do have some of their abilities randomized, and there is one very, very, very annoying ability for enemies to have, and that is the split ability. That when they get hit, if they don't get hit, or if they get hit by anything other than the Blade of a Mystic Knight, they have the ability to split. And yeah, that's annoying because it can really ramp up how many enemies you're fighting very quickly. And fight.
The other part about the splitting enemies is you can also overkill them with magic and they won't split. So having a powerful warlock this early, if we do encounter enemies, is a very, very good thing because, again, overkilling them with magic is the other way to make sure that you don't get a splitting headache.
Six out of 10 for that pun.
I guess I'll have to work harder.
So we come here for one purpose only. Hey, give me Toad.
Well, you do have my... I'm a little disappointed right now, Creamy. Perfect opportunity. You should have talked to that Gurgan as Mario, so we could have given Mario Toad.
Oh my god.
I'm very disappointed right now!
But I gave Samus Toad. Mario can't use Toad.
No, but it would have been funny if he handed Toad to Mario, and then I could have made a Princess in Another Castle joke, and then you could have gone to Castle Argus. And anyway, you ruined the entire setup I had out front, so...
Okay, and there is our first safety save because we do not know what Medusa's going to have for us. So,
Snakes, though.
Okay, so unlike the previous... Well, once I get through this battle. Unlike the previous two irritable dungeons where we had to use Mini the whole time, we turn into a Toad to enter this hole. Why we can't use Mini when Mini makes us just small Toads, I don't know. But once we're through the hole, we can remove the Toad status, so we are okay. No real issues with that.
Simple, because when you're Mini, you can't breathe underwater, but when you're a Toad, you can swim fast and do that. It's simple, it's all a matter of, underwater. And come on, we're getting Frog Super Mario out of the deal. How can this be bad?
No, I'm hitting down. There we go. I also do like the walking frog
because
sprite.
of the puns. Yeah, walking frog sprite is adorable.
Okay.
So, as you can see here in the Tower, when we get walking, there's going to be certain tiles which we'll get. Crazy, welcome to your death messages. Unfortunately, this isn't like Final Fantasy IV, where Palom and Porom are arguing each other about one or the other making statements. It is, however, like Final Fantasy IV. We're going to have a giant monster at the end who's going to try and kill us, and both of them look like they have strange, weird creatures coming out of their backs and/or heads. So at least there's that similarity, right?
Now we also do have treasures as we go up the insanely ridiculous amount of flights here. So it will be a little bit, and of course, as always, we will have a lot of encounters because the game likes to give us encounters. And TGE, oh, never mind, he said he'll be right back, because fighting pigmen with a character named Link, I was totally expecting some sort of bad pun reference there. But, we didn't, so we may escape from, TGE thing there. Oh yeah, we can always blame TGE. I didn't want to do that, but we'll do it that way anyway. Most likely take him out before then. So unlike the normal game, where you're basically, at some points you will want to sit there and do a little bit of leveling, to get your characters a little more powerful to deal with enemies. This game, the randomizer is a little bit backwards, and the enemies take a little bit to catch up to your characters. Now this is annoying because normally you have no clue to do that. It's just sort of a hunt and peck type thing. But I knew where to go because, well, I've played this so many times.
I leave. So I missed a pun? What is this?
Yes, you missed the fact that Link was fighting some pigmen. Z-Man, I normally will always fight them because in Final Fantasy III there is a mechanic that renders you defenseless, and Nacho did put in sort of a buffer on that, but you still take a lot more damage when you run, and your runs aren't always guaranteed. So you can actually just sort of let the enemies take your, like, just totally deplete your HP just trying to run from a battle. So a lot of times it's actually just quicker to fight the battles and finish them that way. If I get the thief job, my attitude will change if I run around with the thief, which I most likely will because, well, keys.
And can't the thief also equip the full moon?
Forget if that's one of the throwable items he can or not. I think so.
Yeah, one of the things I love is with the enemy palette swaps on, you get some pretty interesting color combinations.
Yeah. Like the Ohishukis looking like they are petrifying.
Yeah, Ohishuki. Look at Ohishuki is.
Oh, I got a bomb right arm. And no, I did not sell the full moon. I would not sell the full moon at all. Scholar.
Yes, Kane. Basically, there is any randomizer that turns up the walking speed animation just to make it a little bit easier than having to deal with the slowly step-by-step game.
There is a reason why I didn't learn the no glitches version of this speedrun. King Sword? So I have a lot of swords and no one to use them.
And with the nature of this game, that may or may not be a thing that continues later on, because there's only a certain number of classes that can use the swords. And so late, you might not have a class that can use all these awesome weapons.
Yeah, that happens when you have all the job classes that you do in stuff like Final Fantasy 3 and Final Fantasy 5 is you have to be really careful with your abbreviations. Break 2.
Break 2 will come later when Break 1 was earlier.
Yeah, and the thing is most likely Eureka is going to be somewhere that we're skipping in here as well. We know we don't have to go there because, well, we don't need this Silk's key from there. Or it won't be there, I should say. But we'll see what we have in terms of classes at that point.
Yeah, basically, by the time we get to Eureka, we'll have taken out all 4 of the other crystals and gotten the job. Be 2 jobs left from the Eureka crystal, and depending on what they are, it's more than likely not going to be worth it. Even if the 2 jobs there were Sage and Ninja, it would probably not be worth it to go to Eureka.
It's not a bad first round.
Yeah, so I just want to point out a fun story. About a month ago, was playing this on his stream, trying to get ready for this marathon. Pretty good run here to Medusa. And then, well, Medusa decided, I have Meteo! So yeah, that run ended because Medusa had Meteo. That was fun.
And here is another annoying ongoing theme that is going to happen in this game. And it is the death song. It's a little bit longer than it should be.
It's a lot longer than it should be. And the interesting part about this death song is a lot of the time when I was betting and testing all these seeds, I wasn't playing with the sound on. I was, watching other things, like people play other randomizers you're going to see on this marathon coming up later. So I'd have the sound on for those. I'm like, why am I not moving? What the heck is going on? Oh yeah, wait, we have 30 plus seconds of death song. Also, what is it? Press F to pay respects? Is that what it is?
I have no clue, but yeah, that just takes way too long. So now, we can come out here, come over here, and visit some dwarves. And there we have our splitting enemies.
Yeah, so normally this is a mechanic you wouldn't see till much later on in the game when you have access to the Magic Knight class. But again, because things are randomized, you're going to see it here. And I'm not going to lie, the concept of a fish splitting, that could be a sustainable food source for a long time to come. That's actually not a bad one to get split.
Okay. Won't be using the Geomancer now.
Alright, so we're going through inventory things here. We are now in the Dwarf's Cave. Basically what's going to happen here is there is an enemy, and Gutsko has stolen one of the two dwarf fangs, and they're asking us to get it back for them. So once we go through and do all of our shopping, we're going to head into the basement here of the Dwarf's Cave, turn ourselves into a toad again, and go into the dungeon to try and take out Gutsko. Now, what happens after we take out Gutsko? Well, we'll just have to see where things splinter off from there.
I saw the King's Sword and then I remembered I didn't sell it. Yeah, I better heal. No way we could fit through there. But maybe, if Crim could get to the right magic user, we could use Toad again.
Something, feeling froggy.
We'll run around as the Warlock for a little bit. Back attack by bombs.
Hey, I will say the Warlock over for nothing else in the overhead view of the hat is glorious. But with this back attack, you're getting bombarded.
I'm just over here shaking my head right now.
Oh, I can picture it. Why did I have him do this? It's gonna be another 4 hours of this. Why? And for those of you thinking at some point I'll run out of the obnoxious, horrible puns, it won't happen. I'll find some ways to make horrible, worse puns than I already am.
And now, if I can find the Mystic Knight, I will be a happy man because I have 2 of his weapons.
Remember, there was also the Ragnarok for sale back in Kansas.
Yes.
And Crim mentioned earlier not having access to the exit spell. Well, if my memory serves me, the Otterhead item will act like an exit spell.
It does. And for reasonings that may be apparent to some people, the Otterhead item is very entertaining now.
Yes, it is.
If only because we have an Otterhead. Some nice money there.
And I am going to refrain from making the obvious otter puns because even I have a line, and I can't make the same puns more than like 17 times in a week, and I've made plenty of puns this week, so.
Also, I must say that some of the animations for these magics are kind of funny. So here we have Gusco, who happened to steal one of the snakes from Medusa's head, apparently before she died. But he is not too difficult, so we'll just go ahead and make quick work of him.
Well, the only reason he stole the snake is being a cover-up because the snake is the only article of clothing he's wearing, so it's just more of a convenient cover-up to make sure that the game didn't have to be anatomically correct.
Wow, 2 ineffective spells. And ineffective means nothing other than the spell's missed. And you'll notice that my magic spells are starting to do less damage now. So, yeah, we're gonna have to start going with the...
But thankfully, coming up, we're going to have the cave. We're going to get the fire crystal, which means we'll have a couple more jobs to play with here.
I'm actually surprised that I got 3 of the Wind Crystal jobs from the Wind Crystal.
Those 3 being Red Wizard, White Wizard, and Monk.
Which I'm using. Oh yeah, that's right.
I also like the fact how this palette swap version of Gusco, he's all green like the Hulk, so he's basically using mad, "You chase me here! Ah!"
Okay, and since we did get the auto head,
like...
I will be using it.
So you're going to be heading out soon? I can feel your eyes rolling from across the Discord server right now.
I thought that, you could, hear that deep breath. And also, if you didn't notice, we went from dash to dash, following us.
Like I said, we're going to see where things splinter off.
So we will put the horn down. And, oh, what do you know? Someone was following us.
Yeah, but I want everyone to keep a close lock on Gusco here as he scampers off, because unlike anybody else in the game, he has to go through walls. I want that ability.
Okay, we will be taking a safety save here as well. Also, the green on red. If none, for no other reason than I actually had a really good seed the other day, and I dealt a death blow on the boss down here, and he actually attacked after I did that, and my game locked up. So we don't want that to happen. Also, ice OP in here.
That would be bad for him. Yeah, ice is kind of ridiculous in here.
Mario's muted.
Mario is me. I thought Mario was missing.
You're gonna resist what urge?
I was resisting the urge to sing Ice Ice Baby.
Yes, thank you.
See, I love it. I say I'm going to resist the urge to sing Ice Ice Baby, and even the dogs in the background agree that was a bad idea. The monk being muted is it does absolutely nothing.
Yes. He is my vote for character best to be muted.
I thought your vote for character best to be muted was me.
I could arrange that.
Yeah, very easily could happen that much. But again, we are here going through. I'm not sure how we can walk, buried up to our eyeballs in lava and not have anything happen to us. But hey, like all early Nintendo games, you had to have an ice area and a volcano. So, although I don't think we actually get to a proper ice area in this one.
No, it's more of the water. Oh. That's lovely.
Oh yeah, wall gives you the reflect status.
Luckily, it only works once.
Yeah, unfortunately, it worked on your big spell.
Yeah. But I can always heal. It didn't kill the white mage, so I'm good.
You did get a Phoenix down, so you do have one of those.
I also have the life spell. I just don't have any charges for it right now.
Also true.
Also, Crocatas can, they have the sap ability, where they heal themselves after hitting you.
But I thought the sap ability when you just tapped the tree and made pancakes.
That was someone calling you, TG, to tell you to stop with the bad puns.
Yeah, and my grandmother probably would, because I know that was her, because I heard we have the feature where when the phone rings, it tells you who's calling, so I don't have to get up and check the caller ID because I'm lazy. And before anybody says anything, admitting it's the first step. Doesn't mean I'm doing anything about it, but I'm just admitting it.
These red mallows are using ice.
They're just trying to mallow out a little bit, that's all.
Yeah, no progress is really made when TG admits anything.
Again, I'm strictly here for everybody's entertainment.
He says while doing the whole air quotes thing.
Actually, I'm not doing air quotes because I'm on push to talk right now. So if I did air quotes, I'd have to lift my hands up off the button. And I am way too in love with my own voice to take my hand off the button. I'm joking about that. Well, Z, for you specifically, the best way I can tell you to be entertained are going to be is hit the mute button every time I'm talking. That'd be the best way I can figure it out. For the rest of you, keep listening because we'll have, hopefully something to talk about as we get to the end here, and we're going to be accessing the fire crystal and getting some more jobs. And hey, we get more jobs, we'll have more things to talk about. But as it is, I think now would be a good time to sort of get into the plot of what's going on in the story. Turns out that, like in all good RPGs, there needs to be a balance in the world. That balance needs to be of light. And way, way back when, there was a time when the light overflowed the world, and it needed to be pushed back by 4 warriors of darkness. They managed to do so and keep the balance in the world. Now, the same thing is happening, but with the darkness trying to overtake the light. We are the 4 light warriors. Our job to find what is causing this darkness to spread, and to push it back to maintain the balance between light and dark. We are doing so by obtaining of the 4 crystals: the wind, fire, water, and earth crystals. Those will each impart their job capabilities to us, which we will then use to increase our ability and figure out what is actually causing all of this darkness to do so. And what's causing that is, well, there was a sage. And this sage's name was Noah. Noah had 3 disciples. As Noah was dying, he gave each one of his disciples a gift. He gave one disciple, the sage Dorga, the ability over. He gave the second disciple, Une, the control over the dream world. And his third and final disciple, Xandi, he gave the gift of being human. Xandi, being jealous, decided that he didn't like this gift. He wanted the other powerful ones, the magic and all that. So in his rage, he has decided to unleash the cloud of darkness on the world, and to use that to try and take over, because if he can't have the power, nobody can. That's where we come in, is we're going to find a way to stop him. Now, as we know this yet, we're going to come up with this information a little bit later, but that is basically the story as to what's going on. And apparently, as with all good Final Fantasies, Xandi, the bad guy, got the best of all, but he didn't understand that he did. So there's going to be a big whole coming to Jesus moment eventually, and hopefully Xandi sees the error of his ways. Otherwise, we're going to have to brutally, viciously murder him. That's what we do as heroes. We brutally and viciously murder the bad guy, and don't try and help them see the error of their ways. Niamet, called Randomassacre, is because if you've ever played a randomizer, there is a very good chance that you can get massacred by it. And I didn't name it. You'll have to talk to people who did.
Also, the HP growth on Warlocks is ridiculous. Okay, yeah, there's an enemy here. Fire free. So, just by picking up items, I got pretty much all the good black magic spells now. A lowly staff. And hey SN, how's it going? So now we have Gusco again, but this time he's not Gusco, he's Salamander, who apparently is breathing ice flames today.
Oh no, his blue fire is just hotter than regular fire. That's all.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. Oh, let's see. What is attack with you? Player with you? Play with you. A lot more damage output than against Gusco, apparently. And Salamander has the ability to heal himself with attacks, too.
Yeah, that was the big running theme as I was vetting this seed, is a lot of things could sap your HP.
Also, some good damage rolls on the players.
Yeah, not bad. No. But of course, the big thing coming from this battle is going to be, we're going to get some more jobs at the end of this. Another 5 to be precise.
Yeah, it's trivial because he's not doing a ton of damage.
And here comes the moment of truth. We're getting our next set of 5 jobs. Drum roll, please.
So we received the fighter, the sage, the shaman, and the Viking. So,
And the thief, Grim.
and the thief. Yeah, skipped over thief. So we are going to definitely upgrade our white mage to a shaman. We will be bringing the thief in, probably into our red mage slot. And I don't believe I will be switching over to the sage quite yet. Viking is also good because he's a tank, but I think we're gonna lean away from that for right now.
You gonna stick with the monk over the fighter?
I believe so. Even though I have all those awesome swords.
Fair enough.
Did I not unequip? Oh, I don't have any room. Okay, so I gotta trash some items. What to trash? I will not be using those anymore. I don't need the staff either. Or the mithril rod. Trashing some of this stuff doesn't really matter now. I'm good with money, so...
But I must say, seeing Link in green makes so much more sense to me.
Yes. So, equip. And he can not equip the full moon.
Really? I thought he could.
No, I believe it is only 2 classes that can in this version of Final Fantasy III. It may have been updated for the DS version.
Yeah, I know that the ninja can, and I know that the mystic knight can. And I think the knight can as well. I think there's 3 of them.
So I love how I'm increasing the strength of my mage. Oops.
Hey, no matter how peaceful you are, sometimes someone makes fun of your bunny ears one too many times and you just gotta beat them over the head.
Oh no, something happened. Taco's in trouble. Doggo. So like before, just gonna sell a few things quick. I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of entertained when you have what this game translates to the M Knight, because you can have the M Knight and the Shaman. Oh yeah, I can't get there quite yet.
Did you just go with an M. Night Shyamalan joke?
I did.
Okay, everybody, you can no longer give me horrible references for bad jokes because he just went with worse things than I would ever think about doing. And in order to get down there, Krim, you have to talk to the dwarf to moonwalk by.
Yeah, I know. All those hits.
But yeah, what Krim isn't going back to get is the Dwarven Cache, which is about 12 or 14 chests worth of items.
I'll do it eventually. I just want to get...
Oh yeah, I figured you'd go back to it, was letting people know what was down there.
Yeah.
It becomes easier once we have access to the airship.
Also, another nice thing about having the thief is I do have access to locked doors now.
Yeah, because in this game, there are doors that are, actually locked, and there's only two ways to open them. You can utilize the magic key option, or item, or you can have a thief as the front of your party. Both will allow you to unlock the doors. Thief is, infinitely cheap.
Not that magic keys cost that much.
No, but your inventory is limited in this game.
Yes, exactly. Joe Fro going with the pun too.
I knew I liked this for a reason.
Okay. Now it's remembering which ones... Oh, that's right, it's up here.
The soldier at the left-hand side.
No, I don't need to talk to him.
Oh, you can talk to him because he'll give you luck mallets, so you don't have to waste your charges.
Yeah, but I just minied myself.
I know.
That's okay. Because now I have, like, 16, 17 charges of arrow, so I can do a lot of damage output now. Okay. So, unlike before, I can mini myself. But, once again, the game does make sure you have to utilize spells to get places.
Which is a mechanic I overall like in games. I like it when they limit your ability to do things. With the two guns here, or like in Final Fantasy IV, where you have the Dark Elf's Cave where you can't use your metal equipment. And I love it when games do things like that make you have to think a little bit more than just, I'm strong attacks.
I was kind of hoping that following hit would have knocked him out of confusion, but it didn't.
But yes, unlike in other games, you don't automatically get knocked out of confusion if you get hit.
Arrows, which I will not use. Oh, it feels bad, man. I don't have fire too. Hey, thanks, Odin. Enjoy your sleep. Hopefully it won't be 2 a.m. when I finish.
I certainly hope not.
I think everyone hopes not. Power. Ooh, I can equip that. Okay.
Alright, so coming up,
Zero
we are
kill.
sort of in the living tree there. Nice. But the sorcerer Hein has transformed into a flying castle. So eventually we're going to make our way to Sorcerer Hein. talking earlier about the Scholar class. Scholar has an ability that's sort of like the scan ability that will allow you to see HP and weaknesses of the enemy. Hein has an ability called Barrier, at least in the original game, where he can shift his weakness every 3 turns or so on the cycle. So normally in the original game, it suggests you use a Scholar to figure out what his weak point is and hit that. Because this is a randomizer, we really don't care about that. We have non-elemental spells, we're going to spam them.
Yes. I mean, I could technically try to figure out what it is, because I do have the level 3 spells of all 3 elements, but there's too much fun in that. Also,
and that's not nearly it. Yep. Also, I want to do a quick little point out the fact that conveniently we have the swap menu color option on, and conveniently it gave us a red menu for Crimson running the game.
That is pretty funny. Now, the game won't be that nice to me, AA.
Oh, it potentially be that nice to you.
Yeah, I'm just not used to randomizers being that nice to me.
Well, like you didn't generate the seed, that's why it's being nice. AA, this is what I'm going to say about vetting the seed. It is seeds that, could have been very, very trolly. The problem is, they were early game trolly, which, while nice, isn't what you want in a randomizer. Now, I'm not going to spoil anything of what later on in the game. Just trust me when I say this. This seed does get the TGE stamp of approval.
I don't want to hear that. I know TGE doesn't really care what Crim wants.
No, I do care what Crim wants every now and then.
Actually, the main reason I had him vet a seed is I wanted to make sure it was a seed that that didn't cause me too many problems going through. I just gave it a race to the weight range.
Yeah, like I said, we didn't want something along the lines of, early media on enemies, things like that. We wanted to be able to get through things. Later on in the game, and I can confirm this in some testing I've done, that because I vetted this seed. Okay, so we now know we have access to the stage shot class. That's not a spoiler, and it's also not a spoiler that there are late game enemies that have the ability to cast flare and meteor. Also not a spoiler there. One thing I've learned from this is that if they cast flare on your sages can tank flare pretty well.
Alright, so we are coming up on Hein here in a second, once I fight more of these things.
The other big thing about this seed is with Quake here, especially in this dungeon, it does make things a lot easier because this dungeon is really the first dungeon that's going to start with a lot of multiple enemy encounters, where Quake and other things that are going to hit all enemies no matter what are going to be really good Quake meteor, things of that nature. So having Quake and or in a dungeon is nice.
Actually, no, I'm going to keep that.
What, your second cure for?
Yeah. And haste goes off first. Awesome. Didn't really affect much though. But yeah, Flare's gonna make this battle easy anyway.
Yeah, when it does nearly 1,200 damage, I would imagine so. Which item gives the thief the sap ability?
The Orichalcum.
Oh, cool. And I actually have to say, this pine looks kind of scary, intimidating.
Yeah, he wasn't though.
Well, looks can be deceiving, as we know. But now it's time for everybody's favorite thing in Final Fantasy games, cutscenes. We're going to learn a lot of what I was talking about earlier with, light and darkness and all that fun stuff. But coming up next, we're going to make our way... Yeah. Yes. We're going to come back to Castle Argus, and we're going to get the Wheel of Time, which is going to allow Cid to construct us an airship, which will allow us to get off of the floating continent and into the flooded continent, or the flooded world, or whatever you want to call it. I hope you like water, everybody, because we're about to be heading into Water World, and unfortunately, as much as we tried, we couldn't get anybody in here under the name of Wilson. I know I'm mixing my movies and my metaphors. I don't care.
No, I don't want to attack the shaman or the warlock. Now, as I said, that is still a lot faster than trying to run from that battle. So, yeah. So we're gonna go back and retrieve our airship. Our boat. And howdy, antlers.
I also love the great little desert background you saw for that Lynx fight.
Alright. So, best part about Castle Argus is the fact that we get to raid.
Raiding is fun. It is that second torch there.
Yeah, I know.
I only know that because I had to look it up.
And these are always money, so that is what it is. And now,
yeah, the thing about this game, go ahead.
Defused unlock ability.
The thing about this game right now is that item chests always have items randomized. Money chests always have gil amount randomized. They won't be, you won't have an item in a money chest from you. That's not a capability. So if it's got gil in the original game, it's got gil in this game. It's got an item in the original game, it's got an item in this game.
Man, throwing away all this stuff. Kind of feels bad, man. What am I supposed to do? Oh, equipping. Alright. And a 3-part. Which actually, I should probably check this. Yes. The monk is now more powerful without that stuff. Yay, I got 2 elixirs.
one of the reasons why you potentially talk to everybody.
Yep.
Antlers? No, we did not.
Yeah, we just started with Onion Knight. There's the Masamune.
Technically Onion Kid, but whatever. Yeah, now you really need to find Magic Knight.
You think?
Normally I don't think. They definitely don't pay me enough to do that.
There's Veer. Unfortunately, I probably won't be using much of the Dragoon.
Yes, because again, we've had a lot of instances about certain things being helpful for certain fights, like the Scholar for the Hind fight. There is a fight coming up a little bit later once we reach the Flooded Continents that game heavily implies that you should make everybody a Dragoon for. But again, that's something we're probably not going to do here. Assuming we even have Dragoon by the time we get there.
Okay, so now we're gonna get the Wheel of Time, or Time Gear as they call it in the Nintendo version. And now we go to talk to Sid.
And don't forget his stash one.
Yep. Which I'd still have access to this stash anyway. Oh yeah. No, where is it? There it is. If only you had the item that you just got. Apparently, whatever sickness she had wasn't too bad. Our golem staff. Having to throw out all this stuff is kind of irritating. I won't be using a bard.
Yeah, so the Floating Continent are the first third of the game, half of the game, something like that. And now that we have access to an airship, we can access the rest of the world. Floating Continent was just one. Now that we have an airship, we're going to go ahead and be able to fly off of the Floating Continent and get ourselves to the next area. Now, as we mentioned, unfortunately, the area itself is kind of flooded, so we're going to be a lot of water to start with, and getting ourselves to where we need to go is going to be, a little difficult. So I hope everyone's ready for a lot of the water sprites right now. Eventually we will make our way with but a little bit blind navigating for a bit.
As much as I like the Karateka, I don't think I'll be using it anymore.
Switching to fighter.
No, the Karateka. I don't have him yet.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably have too good of jobs by the time I get to him, so.
I can neither confirm nor deny your statement there.
Well, you can, you just won't because, well, that totally ruined the point.
That's no fun if I do.
Drain. Wall and White Wind. Nice. I'm sure why not Tier 3?
Not White Wind, Whirlwind.
Oh yeah, Whirlwind. That's right.
Basically, that acts like the weak spell in Final Fantasy IV, where if someone is vulnerable to it, it will put them down to single digits in HP.
Oops. Oh, yeah, that's not the guy I want to talk to. It's in here. Venom. No, thank you.
Is the next one you're gonna get Carnage?
No.
Okay, figured I'd ask.
Don't need to revive. Thought about magic keys and I'm like, nah, I'll just leave Thief on. What did I just pick up? Fire 2. Oh, there's the Fire 2 that I mentioned about. Alright, so... I decided to get the guy to grumble at me. Alright, so... Trying to... So we'll just... leave for now?
You gotta check out the other hidden village as well? Oh, you gotta grab that later.
Oh. Might as well. Once I remember where it is.
Yeah, it took me a bit to find it when I was doing it too. I forgot all patience.
Oh, I don't need the Chocobo Force yet. Ancient's Village.
That's the name of it.
Do they have anything? Arrow 2? That's nice. And armor. Nothing. It's nothing worthwhile there either. So now we'll take a quick trip back to the Dwarven Cape. And I'm actually getting kind of worried here because still haven't found carrots yet.
Can't you just buy carrots?
I thought you could in Geishel, but I didn't see where.
Can't you just find carrots in Geishel?
I think they're randomized. Unless I'm wrong.
I thought One of the gardens in Geishel had carrots in it. Then again, I could be wrong either. You definitely know this better than I do.
There's the Eureka key. And another Masamune, so, it helps me get rid of some other stuff. And the loot! Nice! I didn't even notice I picked that up. That's awesome, because that allows us to avoid, the...
Temple of Time.
Yep. Okay. Sell those.
So now at this point, we with all the equipment that we have the ability of skipping 2 dungeons. As we said, the Temple of Time is one, and we don't have to go to this castle to fight Une and Dorga to get to Eureka and Silk's keys. So that's something going to cut off a bit of time here. We still, however, have the last 2 crystals and acquire jobs from. And at this point, what we are hoping to get from the water crystal here is we want to see Ninja is the thing we want to see the most, simply because it's going to allow us to equip everything we have. If we can't get Ninja, we're going to want to see either Knight or Magic Knight, simply because we have all of these amazing swords and no one to use them.
Pretty much. And now for some soothing music. And I did pause, so I don't have the cues, but there we go. And now we get to meet our next person, who is Elia, or Aria, depending on the translation you read. Bloodsword.
Isn't that usually a blood sword in that chest?
I believe so.
Yeah, in order to get her to help us out, you need to give her a potion. Another instance of using them on an NPC to get them to help us. Although this one's actually kind of useful because without her, we can't gain access to the next dungeon, which is ultimately going to lead us to the set of water crystal jobs. So we kind of like her. Also, that little tower you just saw Crim stop by, remember that for later. That's the crystal tower where we have the Silk's he's going to get us into later. So just remember that location.
Yeah, I've totally lost sight of where I am now.
Now, the sight spell you just saw Crim use, it's going to sort of give an overhead map view of, and that's going to allow us to sort of gauge our position, kind of like you're using a GPS tracker almost.
And yes, I am lost right now, so give me a minute.
We will eventually figure out where we are. But as it is, I would like everybody to sit back, relax. Yeah. Grab a nice cold beverage, maybe some popcorn, and sit here and enjoy the soothing sounds of the overworld music. Right here on the flooded continent.
We found it.
I have to say, these purple ropers are really like nightmare fuelish.
Okay, now that I said my family goodbyes and everything,
what do you mean by default spells? And, yeah.
yeah, like white mages will still use white magic, black mages will still use black magic. The spell levels don't change. Where you pick them up may, but yeah, in terms of that stuff, that's all the same.
Yeah, the option to randomize hands, I don't believe is functional yet. I know it's in the works, I just don't believe it's functional.
Oh yeah, I have to go to the water temple first. I thought I did,
Yep,
and then
okay,
I second
first. All right. Yeah. All right. What randomizes is the following, and I'm going to bring up the sheet here because I actually have it. All right. So the things we have randomized is randomized jobs. The land turtle, salamander, kraken, titan, and eureka crystal jobs have all been included into the pile, and they have all been shuffled. The penalties of the defenseless stat have been reduced. We have randomized the chest contents, enemy drops, and steals. Key items have been included in the pool, as well as the ultimate weapons, the logic and summons. The menu color has been randomized. The monster palettes have been randomized. The weapon palettes have been randomized. In that, we've increased the move speed in battle and in dungeons. We can use key items stashed with a fat chocobo. We have randomized weapon shops, armor shops, and magic shops. Experience has been boosted, drops, capacity shops, and job skill points. Everything else is, the way it is normally, but that's a little bit.
Things have been randomized. Yes, exactly. Also, ropers appear to be undead. Indeed, this is a very entertaining randomizer. Even if it is a little bit longer than some others you may see, but yeah, definitely really fun randomizer to play. Very nostalgic for me because I
Absolutely. So yeah. Oh yeah, it's a whole lot of fun, especially with the options of getting randomized jobs. Oh yeah, Quake, that's a thing.
I'll see your Quake and I'll raise you one. Mine does better.
Are they quaking in their boots?
They don't have boots. Their analogy fails.
So that'd be a no then. Most of my analogies fail. Are we just learning this now? I love it. Even the people who just got here are booing.
I would say get used to it because it is going to continue.
We've got another 2.5 hours of this, everybody. Yes, with randomized key items, all it does is it puts the key items into the treasure drop. If it's an item like the mini spell, for example, that you need to be, you will still be able to get it from the person, in this case, Dash, who gives it to you. So sequence trigger items like key items are still going to be given to you by the people who give them to you. The in-game quest that gives it to you, but you have the option of getting them earlier. Like, for example, we already have found the Silk's key and the loot, so that allows us to skip a couple of things. We don't have to go through the loot, and we don't have to go through the Dorga and Une fights to pick up the Silk's key. So that's basically what it allows you to do. You can still get them from the normal locations, though.
And we are slowly getting there.
Hey, so based on the amount of jobs we have left, most of the things we're going to get are going to be pretty good. And any other questions you have about randomizer, you can go ahead and ask Nacho there, because Nacho is the creator of this randomizer. If there's any questions, he is going to be the one to know them. You did safety save, right?
I did not. Probably should have. I am on emulator. I could always cheat and safety save state, but
Yeah, translated game, probably a necessary thing.
yeah. I mean, if you know the Japanese items and everything, then you'll be okay. But I, for one, know I don't. Time to invest in some high potions.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Wow, all that damage from Bolt 2. Oh no, you attacked the wrong thing. Wait. That sequence of events totally just confused me.
Okay, how so?
I missed. I lost HP because he's undead, but he still died.
I have 0. I'm just here because bad puns need to be made.
Yeah, true. There would be a lot of dead air. If you were
That's funny, considering you just killed a bunch of undead things with an arrow spell.
Do you think it was unintentional?
I don't think it was completely intentional. I think it was coincidentally perfect.
Luckily, it can heal some of his HP. I don't really think Samus has much, like, really OP gear. Maybe some, but...
We haven't found the Varia suit yet.
Actually, let me just do this.
And according to the creator, we all saw nothing.
More back attacks. Apparently Ash has something too because, yeah, they're tanking hits. It's pretty amazing.
Don't you have like higher level defensive equipment on them, like the wizard robe, the white robe, or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. Defenseless. I'll take out 3 of them and then I'll escape. Because, you know, the thief apparently doesn't have great speed at all. Yep. No matter how many times I play this, I can never remember my way through this cave.
It makes you feel better. I didn't know my way through it at all.
Fire. Wait. We will eventually get to where we want to go.
But the question is, where do we want to go?
We want to go say hi to an octopus.
Ultros, is that you?
Not that octopus.
Oh,
He's the other Final Fantasy III.
oh, I get them confused sometimes.
And now that I do have the thief, you will notice sometimes I just don't feel like battling, so I will use escape. And we have Elia, who decides to do this. A red kraken.
With some colors on the underside of the tentacles.
And of course, wait when me and Hastings go off first, darn it. Oh no! Kraken's undead. I did not expect that.
Do you want to explain what just happened there, Krim?
Basically, I died because I overdamaged an undead monster. It's kind of like an instant death type thing. It's a really weird mechanic.
Also, long death song.
At least it's Elia's song and it's not the actual death song. Unfortunately, we don't get the water crystal quite yet.
Like all good Final Fantasy things, this was a load-bearing crystal. So by defeating Kraken and freeing the crystal, we caused all the water to recede, and we're going to go into a coma for 3 days. And toss and turn and... yeah, all that fun stuff.
Okay. So first things...
what did we get for jobs?
well, first things I'm getting rid of some things. Yes, I got rid of the shields.
Also, I do have a question for everybody in chat. While you are while we're waiting here, how many of you were fans of the original season of Power Rangers?
I can buy my cards now.
The question goes for you too, Krim. Were you a fan of the original season of Power Rangers?
I was, yes.
Okay. So for those of you who were, there's going to be a name coming up you're going to recognize.
Don't worry, for people who play SMRPG, it is not the Axum Rangers.
No, it is not that.
Okay. Nothing too exciting. The game's giving me shurikens.
Yes, it is. But is it giving you the capability of equipping?
I don't care, the game gave me shurikens. If I get a ninja, that's damage.
It is crazy damage. You still haven't checked your jobs, have you?
Nope. I have the money for it. 65.5 is nothing. We're playing tag with an old man.
Unfortunately, this one doesn't give you the running shoes.
And this is where you get all the carrots, by the way.
I knew it was one of them.
Okay. So, for TGE, we got the Karateka, the Dragoon, the Magic or Mystic Knight, the Summoner, and the Scholar. So... we will be doing... will be removing some stuff from the monk, and the monk will be becoming overpowered knight.
Yep. Goodbye, Mario the Monk. It was fun while we knew you.
And yes, his attack really is that high.
And yes, he can also equip the full moon if you wanted him to.
But why would I want him to?
Oh, you wouldn't. I'm just saying.
And for all you Napoleon Dynamite fans, it is the Liger. Oh yes, the Genji gloves were there. I can go buy them.
I'll start talking the Napoleon Dynamite voice, but even I know that's... Oh god, no.
2 hits, 400 damage.
Not bad from the back row.
No. Cat Claw, which I could use now, but I won't.
Time for the easiest quote-unquote boss fight in the game.
So what are we gonna do? Overkill! There you go.
Yeah. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and things will be like that for a little bit. Run's going decent right now. So we continue on. And we can just do this for a little bit. And that 1 HP refill. Ooh. I can double up the healing now. Apparently not. They come back to life. What was I doing? Oh. Give him a little more firepower. And I get another dagger.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know these two areas were here.
Honestly, for a second I didn't remember, and then I remembered, oh yeah, that's why there's that little passage down there. Okay, so continue on now. get into another battle, of course.
Well, yeah, we saw a little bit of a troll AA. Turns out Kraken was undead, and Krim tried to attack it with his thief, and because of the draining ability on the Ori, Kraken instant killed the thief.
And now I can go to Goldor's mansion to get my key, so I can get my ship back.
And that was why I was asking if anybody was a fan of the Power Rangers, because we're going after Goldor.
And now we get to use the canoe again. Move Chocobo. Move Chocobo. Oh yeah, I have to use it down here, that's right.
What?
Can't take anything yet. So we will put away the oh yeah, I can't put away the Eureka key.
You should be able to.
No, you can't. The Eureka key you can't.
I love how it says, thanks, swallow.
Yep. Okay, that should be good now. Would you move between my controllers and those chocobos? Now, normally you won't be able to walk over that black area, but, well, we got the shoes, so we can.
Float shoes, fashionable and functional.
Elkins have sleep proc.
And real quick, for those who don't understand what we're saying when we say proc, it is just an acronym for Programmed Random Occurrence. So if you ever hear someone refer to things procking,
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. They are not fashionable.
kids these days don't have any idea what's going on.
Okay. So, if we run straight up, we get to come around and get these 12 chests. Now, originally in the game, every single one of these chests have shiny swords. Those useless swords that I got early on in the game. But these might actually have something useful. So we are going to check them out.
All right, real quick, I have to go do the good big brother thing. My sister just got back, and it's the last day of softball tryouts, so I have to go inquire as to whether varsity or JV was made. So about 5 to 10 minutes after I'm done doing the I have to be a good brother thing.
Until then, we will just kill some horses that are psychedelic. And yeah, the shiny swords sell for 2,500 apiece. So with the 12 chests, you actually get 30,000 gil for it. So, and the decoration in here is really bad because everything says gold, but nothing is gold. And gold bears have sleep procs too. Oh, never mind. They're still all shiny swords. Apparently, Nacho isn't that nice to me. So we're just getting a lot of money from this. Oh, no, I did get a Dragon Claw at the end. Even though I won't use it. I wasn't completely trolled, though. And I think it is time for our Dark Knight to, our Dark Knight, our Mystic Knight to run around. Until I come to the door. Then I have to unlock it again. You do get to see some Final Fantasy III. Hopefully all of Final Fantasy III. So our next area we're going to is going to say hi to Goldor.
Okay, I've done the Big Brother thing, and I probably should be doing commentary.
Alright. So, yeah, it looks like a nasty maze that you have to go through to get to Goldor. No, you can just walk through the walls. I hope you at least knew that.
I did know that one, yes.
Everything is
I
falling
knew
asleep
enough
again.
of it. Yep. I knew enough of this game to function. I just forgot, you know, like where all the treasure caches were and where like certain things were like how to get to certain things, all that. That was the big issue.
That's okay. Mario will take care of this gold bear. And there's Goldor. And hey look, a crystal! You would like to see Stone Touch, wouldn't you? Hey, just a little more troll. Goodbye, Goldor.
But wait, didn't evolve 4 crystals, Crim? Now what do we do?
Shh, it was a fake.
You weren't supposed to discuss spoilers. I've already been yelled about that once.
Yeah, that was the gold crystal. So we'll allow that one to go away. I still don't have exit.
I couldn't give you everything. You got early, Warlock, Flare, and Meteor. Okay, exit was the one thing you had to give up.
I suppose. Oh yay, Gold Warriors split. I'll just get a lot of experience from it. Heh. Petrified the other one.
You really rocked his world, didn't you?
Maybe eventually. Okay, now we will make use of these chocobos.
Quet? I guess that begs the question here for those who played through most of the Final Fantasy games. Which is your preferred chocobo cry? Quet or Wark?
That is not the most important question. It's, do they know the difference between the chocobo cries?
It looks like we have a bunch of Warkers in the chat.
Do you happen to know the difference between the Wark and the Quet?
I actually do not know the difference between them.
A Quet is from a tame chocobo. A Wark is from a wild chocobo.
And of course we have Entroper there with a Koopo, which is Moogles.
Alright. Getting lost in a murk. I'll have to go over here quick. Get all the thief stuff.
Well, you do have a thief, so you might as well make use of it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Go back down here. Just running around all over the place. Because why not?
I would make Pokemon. That was the last run.
Okay.
So this part of the game is very interesting because the game itself doesn't give you any direction where you're supposed to go. So you're supposed to just fly around aimlessly until you come across the giant city here of Salonia. And
eventually
something crazy happens. But we're going to go do some exploring first. Remember, Crim, you have to land on the water.
Yep, I know. I did it. We're in the town of Bards, by the way.
So basically, the only thing they sell here are...
This one here. It's all Earth drums. Bison King. Diamond Thief, Gauntlet, and Viking. I never did buy that Genji armor.
No, you didn't.
They were mostly useless things there.
Well, then, are you an Earth Drum, or are you not an Earth Drum? Because if you're an Earth Drum, you obviously do live in that town, Drum Bordist. If you're not an Earth Drum, then, you know, maybe. You might be a snare drum or a bongo drum.
One other place worth visiting. And there's my exit. And Holy. I actually gotta sell something for Holy.
Oh, you picked up a second. Oh, you picked up life too.
Yes, I did.
I thought you had that already.
No, I have life.
Ah, that's what it was.
Sell them one by one until I get up to there. Totally worth it. I did sell the shiny swords already.
So what you're saying is you're selling your vegetables to be blessed by the gods. I don't think it works that way.
At least it was worth the trip to there.
True.
I didn't pick up any of the missed items, but or the hidden items, but we'll live. Okay. Let's blow up our ship again!
That's the running gag! Welcome to the Kingdom of... as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a fight coming up in the game that the game highly recommends you have 4 Dragoons for. This is going to be the fight coming up soon. It heavily hints at that because in the original game, all of the equipment that's sold in the only open shops in Salonia are Dragoon equipment. But this is a randomizer. We don't care about that crap. We're going to do what we want to do.
I also sold my vegetables so I can get them all back.
You know, unfortunately that's a stash I couldn't care at all about. You knew the carrot pun was coming! Rooted yourself a while ago.
Oh boy. He wanted to use Reflect. They all want to use Reflect. It'd have been a shame if I used, like, Quake.
It would be a shame.
And we got another person to join the party.
This is Prince Alice.
Okay, tower. What side are we on?
Are you looking for the open shop?
No, there's actually a tower here.
Okay. if that is a true fact, and I have no reason to believe it's not a true fact, Amasia, that is amazing.
Gotta remember which passages you need to take to get through here.
This is also something I didn't realize was a thing. I didn't know this tower existed.
Oh, really? This is actually where you get a lot of free items. You get, like, free lances and everything up here. Which, honestly, I don't need to come up through here. But I figure I have exit spell now, so I can.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Like I said, I didn't realize the thing. So, I have no idea what's in here.
Enemies. Yeah, basically they give you enough to equip 4 full Dragoons. They also give you some Dragoon armor and stuff like that in here as well.
Yeah. Heavily implies you need 4 Dragoons for the Garuda fight.
Except I don't.
You have 2 Masune. Anything but Mario.
Plus a Flare and a Holy. And my thief gets to sit there and look pretty.
Well, the thief can sit there and try and steal.
Ooh.
Ooh, Samus getting stoned over there.
Yep. And I'll just leave her behind.
Yeah, she'll be there when we come back for after we loot the chests.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any sauce. So that kind of makes this a little more annoying.
Yeah, especially because you lost access to your exit spell.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of schadenfreudig. Yeah, one of the things that not all the chests have been randomized yet. Again, this is the thing with randomizers is they're always going to be, for the most part, works in progress, and this is no different. So the chests, a lot of the chests coming up here are not going to be randomized. So just because, I'm not sure if it's, in the nature of the chest not being able to be randomized or if it hasn't gotten that far, but there's a lot of things that can have more content in them. And, that's not a knock on anything more than there's a lot of stuff to randomize in something like this. So the fact that a lot of what you see randomized is kind of impressive as it is.
These enemies are having a little fun now. Apparently they can, because they're wrecking my team right now.
Alright, Lamgwin, even I find that pun to be a little hard to swallow.
Except I can pretty much just tank an entire fight with Mario himself.
Can I make a suggestion before you move on to anything else after you heal up?
What's that?
Safety save?
Oh yeah, I probably should, shouldn't I? Okay, so we'll go to the inn. We'll buy a bunch of softs because I kind of need them. Now we'll life 2 with her. Oh yeah, it's all sealed.
Yeah, the only open store in the upper left, I believe?
Yeah. I don't... safe. Safety safe. It's probably good I took that. I haven't taken it in like 8 levels.
You haven't safety saved since about... Did you safety save before Water Temple?
No. So since Floating Continent.
Yeah, that would have been bad. And now time for a pretty heartwarming...
Talk of life. As it was said, pretty much anything that isn't in most towns has been randomized, so... Also, this Garuda sprite is kind of creepy.
Yep. But those fabulous purple wings.
Oops, no, I don't want to attack with the Warlock.
No, you want to kill with the Warlock.
Last Holy. Last Flare. And there we go. No Dragoons needed for Garuda.
Jumpless strats.
Hey Slumber, thanks. And thanks for everyone for coming over from SRL to watch. So we will celebrate by raiding more treasures.
Isn't that how everybody celebrates?
Also the fun gimmick rusted armors. This way.
Anyway, for those of you who are just coming over here from the SRL host, thank you for stopping by. This is the Random Massacre Marathon. We are starting here on the 29th of March, and we are going all the way through to this Sunday. And what we're seeing here is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5. That's right, 5 days complete with randomizer playthroughs, races, all the fun stuff. We are in the middle of Final Fantasy III Randomizer, and as you can see at the bottom, it is created by Nacho Yakopu. I am the Green Leaf Effect. I will be your guide along here. CrimsonAvix is alongside me. He is the one doing all the fun stuff and playing the game. Anyway, welcome everybody to Random Massacre Marathon. As you can see, coming up next, we've got some Super Metroid. Exclamation point schedule should hopefully work in the chat, give you an idea of what is happening on the current exclamation point there. That is where you can go ahead and find the Final Fantasy III Randomizer. All of these randomizers you see here are available online for you to get. All you gotta do is ask.
The guy you see on the other side of this wall here, I will not be doing anything with. Because I believe I already have Odin, if I'm not mistaken.
You do!
Now we get the other airship.
I guess this third airship, this is the Nautilus. The other two airships we had were pretty slow. This one, ridiculously fast. It's going to be a little hard to control the Nautilus, so yeah, this is going to be fun. But the next course of action here by picking up the Nautilus is good Final Fantasy games. We can't just have an airship. We've got to go and upgrade it. So we're going to be making our way to Dorga's continent, where we're going to have to go, or Dorga's house, where we're going to have to go through into the magic circle. Once we get there, Dorga, the mage that he is going to allow us to upgrade our Nautilus into a submarine. No, I don't know how that works either.
The same way that our boat became a airship?
Nintendo logic?
Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Now to remember exactly how to get there. Oh, wait. Wrong one. Wrong way. We'll fight the harpy, but I don't want to go through there yet. I can't go through there yet. All the encounters.
Yeah, that is another mechanic of this game that I actually rather like, is there are certain sections of the overworld that for airships, and in those sections you can also get into encounters, which is really, really a cool mechanic. And you don't see it a lot in Final Fantasy games with your airships. So, I'll touch here.
Alright. Nope, that is not where I want to go. That is the place I was talking about earlier, that if I walk through, it can be insta-death. Or, not can be, it will be, because I am not well enough equipped yet. Okay, we will use that again. The bad thing is when I normally play through this, I have a map of the overworld up, and I just don't right now. So that is why I am kind of missing my bearings a little bit.
South of Salonia,
Oh, south? That's where I want to go?
Yeah, you want to go south of Salonia to basically see continent with a little T shape on the bottom with a little forest, and go up from that.
Oh, okay, that's right.
I only know that because it took me forever to find it myself.
I knew it was like a weird passage because you actually cannot get there with the normal airship. The wind's too strong. Ooh, Harpy has an earthquake.
How does earthquake work if you're in the air fighting it?
I don't know, maybe it stomped on the airship. Just let it happen, PG.
But that's no fun.
Oh, they're impervious to ice. Good to know.
Well, you'd think with their names they would be, right?
Yeah, but you know, it's kind of random. So I tried. One more battle. Another ambush. Love
And
it.
oh yeah. Remember all the fun we had through those 2 mini dungeons? Yeah, we get to do it again here in the Magic Circle Cave. Thanks a lot.
Yes, but at least this time we have a warlock and a shaman. And don't worry, I will safety save.
Good.
Except I entered without safety saving.
I am going to do this. Forgot to do this that I just said I was going to do.
Give me a break.
I don't have any Kit Kat bars. I can't. And you know upon in Dorga's house, right?
What?
There's a healing fountain in Dorga's house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. For those who said Kupo earlier, we have Moogles! And Moogles are the most adorable thing in the world, aren't they not?
Aren't they not? That's a double negative. Warp. Since I do want to have my charges back. And I found a high potion. Yeah, what is and isn't here anymore. Alright. Time to go.
Alrighty, now it's time to go into the Magic Circle Cave. Literally the only point of this is so Dorga can turn our submarine, or our airship into a submarine.
Absolutely the only point of it. Few damage.
Lovely.
Okay. So we're able to run from some of these too, which is nice.
As we are going through the Magic Circle Cave here, I mentioned having to do the thing. Well, I have to go do that again. Apparently, we are having homework issues. I'm not sure what exactly the issues with homework are, but apparently lots of frustrations and yelling are happening. So to go sort out what's happening with that, and hopefully I'm not gone for too long. But I know that Crim can take care of it for at least the next 15-20 minutes while I'm going and doing what I have to do to make sure that I can actually finish this run with you guys. So I'll be back hopefully within the next 20 minutes, but as it is, have fun, and I will be back as soon as I can get back, guys.
That's okay. We're just going to continue to go through and do what we've been doing. Turning wrong ways and trying to run from battles. We will eventually get there. All this damage. And we are working our way towards getting there, so once we do that, I mean, other than the level I'm at, we are progressing towards finishing this up, so that's always a good thing. Okay, easy run. And as TG mentioned, because I do have the loot already, I don't actually need to go to the temple time. Yeah, no real need for it. Alright. Run this way really quick. For the heck of it. Probably already bought it, but... That bio would be interesting. I don't really need it. Don't really need any of these magics, truthfully. Yeah, GG played Brother %, so... Yep. Come on. Come on, NPC. All NPCs are special, Zelly. Okay. think I'm okay to go to the ancient ruins now. I do like how there's just scholars walking around here, and I'm getting attacked by, dragons. Oh, that's right, I can't do that yet. This is the fun part, is trying to remember. I do have to go to the underwater cave, I believe. Which, if I remember correctly, is in the southwest? Or southeast? Oh yeah, let's just keep using Atom Edge. Wow. He got in a hit like a truck. You back. Or no, you're not. Life 2 fails.
I am back and the crisis has been averted. Although from what I see, Link is taking a dirt nap right now.
Yes, yes. He took like 700 damage. So we are heading towards Z1 and Z2 and Link to the Past.
Yep, that's what it looks like here. So for those who are, because I know you're all so very curious as to what I had to go and avert, my sister is a freshman, and she is doing a Introduction to Business class where you have to use Excel. And getting aside the fact that, the teacher won't let her use, Open Office Excel because that's free and you have to use regular Excel. So, long story short, we're having issues with pad, the wireless keyboard connecting, and a bunch of other crazy stuff, but we fixed it. We took care of it. Why are we underwater?
Underwater cave? Probably don't even need to do that.
What's in the underwater cave?
Just chest.
Yeah, the Underwater, as far as I remember, doesn't have anything, plot relevant in it in the normal game, so...
No. I'm trying to think, what's my next step? Because I'm skipping a bunch of stuff here.
You have the loot. So your next step would be to go to Une's shrine and wake her up.
That's right. Which is... down. Oh my gosh.
Duke, don't say that because I will sing Disney songs. And we don't want that.
I like that bird that's just like freaking out in the corner.
Why is Une's hand going up and down like that?
I don't know.
Okay, because I just saw that and I can't unsee it now. Trust me, Jobo, you do not want me singing. Mostly for the fact that I'm pretty sure if I start singing, Crim will just shut off the stream. Nope, I'm not dealing with this anymore. They're not paying me enough to do this.
Alright. Yay, we got the Fire Fang. We need the Earth Fang yet, though. Okay, so now it's to the ancient ruins for the ship.
Alright. I make a suggestion here. Or would you not
save?
want that? Yes. Safety save.
Yeah, probably would be a good idea. I found a white rod from this dragon zombie. Oh, let me go safety save. I'm gonna dare fight attack a dragon zombie. Or maybe not. Oh, yep. He killed me. Link dead. And not the speedrunner.
I'm glad you made the joke, because I was about to. Yeah, so Ancient Cave here. This is going to be a thing. Because as you can see... do you want me to give you a spoiler on that one?
It's fine, I know there's shops up here, so...
Yeah, the item shop here in the Ancient Cave will have it for you. You're fine there.
I knew there were shops, and I kind of figured they would have it, so...
Yeah.
These cutscenes... so long.
Oh yeah, but I will first time with this fan translation anyway that they mentioned the sort of in-between zone with light and darkness, and they mentioned the cleft of dimensions. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty BA name for something.
Oh yeah. Reflect armor. Still want to know why all these, well, they used to be scholars, but now they're just fighters, are hanging out in a enemy-laden cave.
They're just studying, having some fun.
So, item...
Also, can we get some a little bit of respect here for the shaman walking around with the bunny ears?
NPCs, please.
That's funny.
Ooh, demon meal. Demon male. Oh, I had the Genji, didn't I? Oh, crystal. I think. I don't have any room to remove it anyway. Time to sell some stuff. I'll just go with Crystal. Listen, I'm buying it. Crystal's been doing me well. Okay. I'm not even gonna waste my time. We're gonna pick up some time here now. Start moving a little faster.
Yeah. Done with picking up chests now?
Yeah, just skipping some. They throw my way, I'll pick them up, but... No, don't fight. Alright. Of course I'm ambushed.
Well, yeah.
Okay, their Atom Edge actually does damage.
Yeah. I can tell you I had a bit of a difficult time with these guys, and the thing that got me through, honestly, I'm not sure. I think these are the ones who are vulnerable to it, but at least one of these sets of enemies in here are vulnerable to shade.
Nice. Oh, Link down again. Oh, great, they absorb Quake. Alright, so life again. And item.
I think you're right, AA. I think you are 100% correct, AA.
Good, I got strike first.
Nothing wrong with that.
Everything has Adam's Edge.
Yep. Everything in this dungeon did have Adam Edge.
And also instant KO attack.
Yeah, so, AA, remember the trolling I was talking about? Yeah, this is the cave that did it.
Luckily, she resurrects with a whole bunch of life. Death Claws. I hated these enemies in the original game.
You know, anything called Death Claw, definitely something, you know, that deserves to be hated.
It's the same shame that Paratroopa couldn't have given me some of his repels.
Well, he only finished the game with one extra, so...
I would still take one right now. I'm at least almost to the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, I can see that, Blackman. Of course you are, AA, of course you are. I do try and pride myself on getting most people's names right, so I'm happy I got it correct. And welcome to the final airship in the game, the Invincible. It's kind of freaking huge.
Kinda.
It's got a fat chocobo, a bed, and vending machines that sell things on it. This is the kind of airship I want.
Free heal too. Yeah, we'll actually skip Dorga's house. We don't need to fight you. can we give you? Shouldn't need any of that. Anything good? Ooh, Genji glove.
The Genji glove that you didn't go back and get.
Yes. Weapons. Another Eldest Wand. Magic. All fire 2.
The chances of magic being anything you don't have at this point are pretty slim to none.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, the Invincible is huge, but slow.
Very slow. Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there?
Oh my goodness, it feels
yet?
like I'm back on the water-covered continent. There, finally landfall.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there?
And I'm on the wrong continent. Sorry, I was distracted by text.
That's fine. So the gimmick here with the Invincible is the Nautilus was ridiculously fast. The Invincible has the ability of certain sets of mountains because it can quote-unquote jump. So if you remember that area where we were earlier with the Nautilus, which was the fast airship, that's kind of what we're looking for now, because that's going to take us to the section where we need to go to get to the final crystal and cave when we get the final fang and the final crystal coming up.
That is once Crim finds that.
So we're, yep, nope, that's the statues.
Yes, I realize. But it at least tells me I'm in the right place. Cannon blast!
Yeah, the other gimmick with the Invincible is every fight you get into in the air, the Invincible itself give you a little 300, give or take 300 damage cannon blast at everything.
He's just basically explaining the gimmick of the airship, which we're gonna see here in a second. This.
Yeah, the other thing about this maze part here is there is only one path, and in true RPG fashion, it is the most winding, obnoxious, out-of-the-way path that you can think of to get to our destination. Also,
the smile right now.
Yep. Gotta love the Invincible jumping music.
Yes.
Yes, AA. We believe we can fly.
No. No.
What did you think I was gonna do? Did you think I was gonna break out in a song?
Yeah.
Come on, if I'm gonna use my one breakout in a song in the entire run, do you think I'm gonna use it on I Believe I Can Fly?
That wouldn't shock me.
No, but there are much more trolly I Believe I Can Fly.
Knock that harpy out of the air. Forgot the mechanic of how to get out of that airship.
Always a fun one.
Allow me a scale. Now this is normally the cave that has all the splitting enemies. The annoying splitting enemies. Awesome. Now it's Link stoned.
Link just doesn't want to do anything this run, does he?
Nope. You know what? I have the softs, I might as well use them. Instead of wasting the spells. And the warlock beats him with a rod to the head.
Boop! To the head!
No.
You never equipped your Genji glove.
No, I didn't. Now I did. Hey, at least that break 2 missed.
That's always fun.
It's always helpful.
That too. Yeah, exactly, AA. Mystic Knight not doing his due best to make sure everything's going according to plan. And
Oh, of course. At least they didn't use Adam's edge. Oh, great.
Oh, that's just lovely.
I'm not even gonna play around with sauce right now. Oh.
Can I say that the Warlock being dead animation is my new favorite death? It's just the hat.
Yes. Who knows what happens to the cloak, but... Yes, you know what? It is not impossible to run from, but I figure I'm so invested in it right now. Yeah, instant kills, like instant KOs in this game, don't actually deplete your HP. It just makes you dead. So when you revive, you actually revive at the same HP that you were at. Yeah, Samus became Peter. I got the Kotetsu. Too bad I don't need it.
Gotta love it.
Okay. Against my better judgment.
I tend to say that a lot when playing this randomizer.
Oh, escape did not work. Meteor did, though.
Meteor tends to work very well.
Oh,
The other big...
Dark Knight's pretty funny too. It's just his armor and his helmet.
Yeah, some of the death animations in this game are great, but I was going to say the other big thing about this is once we get through here, this is basically the last dungeon we have to go through before the final dungeon. Because we're skipping going through Dorga's house, getting the Silk's key, the Eureka key, we're skipping going to Eureka. So we're going to go here, we're going to go ahead and get the Earth Crystal jobs, and then we're pretty much in the home stretch.
Indeed. And life. Go up a little bit. I don't need that chest, so we can just progress. The defenseless. That teaches me. Don't try to run. Yes, that is why running is so bad in this game, because the defense stat can literally just wreck you. Also, he woke up to be confused. I don't get this. I've never seen that before. Oh my goodness. No. At least I'm not too concerned about that. He must have had a really strange dream.
Hey, I don't know. I wake up confused every now and then.
Alright. Trying to... I think that just leads to a long path to a single chest. Yeah, the experience is not so great from these enemies either. Because the whole gimmick of the Cave of Darkness is that the enemies split. So that's really where all the experience comes from, is the fact that, you know, 2 enemies ends up being 4 or 5 that you fight. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to fight him.
Yeah, and of course, like all good, you know, dungeons, if you can manage to, you know, affect the gimmick, you can cheese your way through it.
Yep. Or if the gimmick just doesn't exist.
Also true. But that's why you see at the beginning of this dungeon, you see a bunch of these magic knights from Fargabard. Basically, again, the game hitting you overhead with a clue by force saying you might want to have 1 or 7 of these. Also, I do agree, I do love the Dead Mystic Knight animation or Magic Knight. the armor and helmet. That is kind of awesome.
The Black Mages and Mystic Knights, just they don't have bodies. That's the whole premise. I just found Leviathan. Or Levia.
So when are you switching to stage?
Probably should soon. High potion. Hopefully they don't heal off of that. Tsunami. I'm happy to see a tsunami. At least it wasn't a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Nope, not at all.
They're immune to everything. Flares. Oh, we are going to attempt some shade.
For those who don't know, Shade actually gives the paralysis status.
Nope. Just another flare used against me, though.
Hey, all things considered, you tanked the flare pretty well.
Oh, why did I defend? Oh, He dead again.
Dead. Link dead. That seems to be the running joke here. Link is always dying.
And that heals him. This battle keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I'm down to 1. And he absorbs that too. He absorbs everything. Immune or absorbs everything.
Yep.
So I'll just fight. Ooh. Barely survived that one. Yes, at least they're not splitting. That was some experience, though. At this rate, I might be using the elixir for her spell charges on the...
on the life spell?
Yeah. Okay, now I want to go down this one.
I don't think we can get the counter that high for the amount of time Link has died.
Yeah. Just fight. Just fight. Just fight. Yes, this is a very trolly dungeon, though. Completely different from the original game, but...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This was a thing.
Yeah.
But with Mystic Knight doing Mystic Knight things.
Yeah, at least I'm sort of making my way through there. And a back attack. Lovely. Yeah, I advanced into that.
Don't you love it when you remember?
Wow.
Since you could.
Not even holy.
Remember, since you advanced to the battle, make sure you adjust your rows back again.
Yes, I know. It's better to advance than to take forever with these enemies.
Oh yeah, I'm just reminding you.
Yep, physical or nothing on these guys. I mean, Meteor would work, but I'm not going to waste my last Meteor spell.
And we have a boss coming up.
Yep.
Because of course we have a boss coming up. Why wouldn't we have a boss coming up? Right?
The boss might be a lot easier at this point. Indeed, this is definitely fun. We're making our way through.
We are way downtown. Pardon the crowd. No, I'm not singing that one either.
Slow petrify. I'm going to do something really stupid.
Okay, and what would that be?
Attempt to run.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally didn't change rows. And I couldn't run anyway. The poison. Yep. Samus is down.
That's not good.
No, I have Phoenix down, so.
Still not good.
I don't want to warp because I'm so far into the dungeon. Like, it would be actually probably counterproductive at this point. Oh, get rid of the poison too.
Yeah, that's the one thing about this game is, you know,
And Rose.
you die, you revive, you still have the status effect.
I will take... Oh, paralyzed. Wonderful. I am hoping that some type of magic works on someone here. Oh. Get hit. Paralysis cured.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. This was a very nice battle.
Oh yeah, the hell horses were nice.
Okay, it's the middle one.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
apparently this is very slumber.
Every time I attack with Link, the only thought that's in my head is please don't let it be undead.
Is it to say that when you get the Earth Crystal jobs, if there's something better, you're switching from Thief?
Yeah, I'm hoping for Ninja.
Oh, you Do you still have the Excalibur and the Defender?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, even if you get Knight, you're all set then, right?
Yeah, I mean, Thief's pretty much wore out its welcome anyway. I mean, what it's used for was done. And that was locker rooms.
Yeah, you didn't feel changing to Caretaker?
I don't know if I'll go Caretaker or not. I think Dragoon would probably be a better option, even though I don't think I have Holy Lances. And of course it would be these guys right before. No, don't attack him. You can class change whenever you want. All you need is to have the capacity, which you get from battles, and as long as you have enough capacity that the job requires, then you can go ahead and make the switch.
Yeah, even in the original game, you could class change whenever you wanted to do. The big thing, of course, is you have to unequip everything. And say you switch from a non-mage class to a mage class, you wouldn't have spell charges. So you have to keep that in mind as well.
So the real secret there is that Cherub actually just puts the mage's clothing on. That's how the mage comes back to life. The warlock comes back to life.
I have no response to that.
Because it's a valid concept?
It's a weird concept.
Okay. I think we're gonna heal up. I will have to go buy a lot more high potions.
Basically how it works with this randomizer, Pac-Man, is every crystal gives us specific set of jobs. And we have to, as runners, adjust our gameplay to the jobs we get. So we can only use the jobs that the game gives us. Now, in the original game, each crystal gives you jobs, whereas or a set specific type of jobs. Whereas in this game, it's random what crystal gives you what jobs. So every job set is sort of exclusive from the other ones. Say for the last two jobs that you get at the end of the game, the Sage and the Ninja. The Sage can use any magic, the Ninja can equip any weapon. The runner is going to get. We're going to get our choice of classes here. So the game we had access to the Warlock, the Monk, the White Wizard, Red Wizard, things of that nature. So we chose those. And then as we got more classes later on in the game, we upped it to. We changed our Monk to a Mystic Knight. We changed our Red Wizard to a Thief. Coming up now when we get the final set of classes from the Earth Crystal, and I say that because we're not going to be going into Eureka, the option to happen again. And there's a very good chance, based on what we have left, that we're either going to get the Knight or the Ninja coming up through the Earth Crystal jobs, and both of those are going to be able to equip a lot of the good swords that we have found. So there's a very, very high possibility, and by high possibility I mean 100% chance of, once we get the Earth Crystal jobs, of Crim going ahead.
Yeah, and I will be switching to Sage once I get out of here. Just haven't decided whether it's going to be the Shaman or the Warlock yet, but one of them will become a Sage. Yeah, that's probably an issue on my side, too. My internet is known to give issues, so. The double flare on Samus. Uh, Ninja and Sage are really desired. Also, if you happen to have all the Onion Knight equipment, and you can get up to level 99, the most powerful class will then be the fully equipped Onion Knight. But I'm not gonna do hunting for or fighting the dragons for equipment, because first of all, it's randomized, it might not even have it, but yeah, fully equipped Onion Knights are actually some of the most, or the most powerful class in the game. They can just destroy any enemy. Wow. Wow. So that was kind of bad. Luckily we do have a few Phoenix Downs left. Don't want to keep burning them, but gotta do what you gotta do. That was just a poor series of events there. Oh, and of course I get a strike first on the round that I use Meteor. Yeah, that combo was, as bad as it was, that was actually pretty awesome. Okay, this battle's just gonna take a while. Hopefully I don't die. Oh, there's the poison. That's not good. Now this is the annoying thing, is the fact that you can't use Pure All in battle. I think he has an immunity through one of his items. But the reason that I pured right there is because I can afford to lose other characters because of life. I can't afford to lose my Shaman. Yep, and there's the... Thank God he hit Link. Yeah, this game plays to gimmicks like that. Like, it embraces its job class system. Oh yeah, he's still poisoned. Eventually we will get there. It is slow and tedious so far, but we are trying to get there and hopefully be able to complete this relatively soon. Just as a reminder, we are going all weekend with Randomassacre, and we do have some Super Metroid coming up tonight after I'm done here, so definitely stick around and hang out. Yeah, I know. Originally, my estimate for this was 6 hours. The reason it's 5 is because it was sort of the only way it would fit into the time slot. So I'm gonna do what I can to get this done as soon as possible. Hopefully I don't hold you up too much, Janice. Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't expecting him to, so I wasn't fully set up. I didn't get home until just a little bit before I had to start running, so it took me a little while to get set up too. Yeah, I don't have tomorrow off, so I'd like to get this done sooner rather than later. But we are in the last area. We just have to make it through here and we're good. Oh, I need to stop attacking them.
And hey, I've got everything back and working again. Discord decided it was going to do Discord things and go on me. But hey, we're back.
Oh, Gotta get myself healed up. And howdy, Buffalo X. Alright, we're back in business.
The good thing coming up here is once we get the Earth Fang out of this dungeon, we can go through the statues. Unfortunately, we have to walk through them, but we still can go through the statues. Then the entire final area is compacted into one nice, neat package because we already have the Silks key. So we're going to basically go in, get the Earth Crystal jobs, then we're going to just continue on through the Crystal path. Normally, you'd have to go out, fight Dorga, fight Une, get a bunch of stuff, but we're going to skip a whole mess of stuff that we don't have to worry about.
About the only thing I'm going to do before is I'm going to be going to grab more high potions. And luckily, we do get an easy, relaxing battle here. When 308 damage is what I'm going to take from this battle, I am not going to complain at all.
Unfortunately, Phoenix Downs are not a purchasable item.
No, they are not. And elixirs are not either. I do have 2 elixirs. I am trying my hardest to save them. And I would like to also save the Phoenix Downs going forward.
Both of those seem like pretty good options.
Yeah. Then you're relying on the life spell or resurrection areas.
And we have finally reached the boss. This is Hecaton. Remember what he does in normal game? But hopefully what he does here is die.
After all the other enemies I faced in this, he does not seem too bad so far. Yeah, this dungeon is actually made really bad by the fact that, it's just so many battles.
Sometimes dungeons can be obnoxious because they have good puzzles or obnoxious puzzles.
Flare.
Other times dungeons can be obnoxious because...
Hecaton is down. Samus did not make it through, but we will... Thank goodness for warp.
I was about to say, yeah, we have to waste a Phoenix down, but no, we have warp.
Okay.
Does the bed revive you as well?
No, it does not. Oops, not that. So, sell this, sell that, sell that. Buy... And so I do have to go resurrect. But first, we will see what jobs I got.
You didn't get jobs yet.
Oh yeah, that's right. Not yet. Ancient's Labyrinth, right? Oh, great, splitting enemies. Oh my goodness. I just want these battles to be over. And yes, we do have to do this all the way back out. I haven't really determined exactly what it is, why it just can't, you know, stay remaining flying at that height. If the black or the warlock could just meet up, that would be great. We're almost out. I'm not used to things dying to like 300 damage. Alright, so first things first. I think it's just better to fly down. use some revivification. Alright. Oh, yes, thank you, AA. No. First, let me heal. And we get to blow up the statues. Okay. We're almost to where we finally need to be. Yes, yes, exactly. All these battles, though.
Yeah, no one ever said getting there was going to be easy.
You were silent for so long.
I was figuring out how to export a file from an iPad to my Google Drive for my sister's homework so she could have access to it. It was a little crazy. Because I don't know iPads.
Yeah, yeah. It has a ridiculous encounter rate.
The good part about the airship, though, is when we get to where we're going, it does have the free bed, so we can just spam all of our spells and then heal right before we get into where we're headed.
Yeah, because I want access to the bed and also the fat chocobo. Oops. I did safety save. Hopefully Jandy's not too much of a jerk. Or a Titan. We'll paste him. Flare. Shouldn't be too bad though.
No, it shouldn't be.
My flare did more.
Yeah, basically Hecaton and Titan are just palette swaps of each other.
So that's a double palette swap for each.
Effectively.
Hits. That's good. Ooh. Titan can absorb. Ouch.
Titan does look fabulous, Slumber. He really does.
Wow, the Fire 3 takes him out.
And now we're going to get the last set of jobs we're going to be getting in the game. There's going to be 2 jobs left we're not going to get. Both of those are going to be hidden in Eureka, which we're not going to.
And the jobs are Knight and Geomancer.
So unfortunately, Ninja is hidden in Eureka.
It is. Along with the Black Wizard.
Mm-hmm.
However, we'll still make a fighter out of him. I mean, a knight out of him. He's naked. Oh.
What did that just summon?
Nothing.
Okay,
I mean,
cool.
It summons something, it just doesn't show. Did it again. The invisible enemy. Hey, it's fine. As long as it's 0 HP and it doesn't destroy me.
Yeah, we kind of need the Silk's key from the Fat Chocobo. Although, considering he's vomiting it up, it's probably a little slimy.
No, Soxy wasn't in Fat Choco. You can't give it to him.
Knight can equip Full Moon if I'm correct.
It can. Unfortunately, I have no use of shurikens.
AA, in theory, both mages could become a sage, but I think for the way, I mean, if we're going to do that, that would require a lot of, switching up of gear and all that fun stuff. So I'm not sure if we're gonna switch to sage, or are we gonna keep black and white wizards respectively.
I'm gonna switch the white to a sage.
So you can give some magic just in case to do some damage.
Yeah. Crap. I don't have a helm for the for the knight.
And there's none you can buy on the Invincible?
Nope. Kinda sucks. Better hope that
Did you remember to heal?
nope, or save. It's kind of overestimate. It wasn't really my estimate. Yeah, I have to rearrange my magics quick. That's okay. And I think we're going to try to avoid a town stop here. Now, for the sake of time, we are going to give this one run, and if the run ends up ripping, then we'll probably just pass it over to Super Metroid.
Yeah. Basically here in the final run through, we're going to be going ahead and just making our way through as fast as we can. There's going to be 3 areas we're going to go through. This first little area that was we were at here. After this, we're going to go into the Silk's Tower. At the end of the Silk's Tower, we're going to end up in the Dark World. Basically, the Dark World and Silk's Tower is effectively a little bit of a deal. At the end of Silk's Tower, we're going to fight Zandy, and then the Cloud of Darkness. And then we're going to get into the Dark World, and we're going to have to, in theory, go to the 4 crystals, save the 4 Dark Warriors, and then fight the final boss, which is the Dark Zandy Cloud. So it's basically a dungeon with a boss rush, so anything you'd expect from a fantasy game.
No ribbons found. Yeah. The seed I had early in the week. I actually could purchase ribbons in which was the best thing ever. Oh yeah, I know. Thing is, at this point, I don't remember what items are in what chest.
The 4 chests before the 4 dark crystals are all.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. No, I want this one. Yeah, they are risky. I may go for 1 or 2, because I do need headgear for the night. I do have the key, but I'm avoiding Eureka just because of time's sake.
Yeah, I do wish this game had a mechanic like some of the later Final Fantasy games where you can equip items or something to not have to enemies, like the Moogle Charm in Final Fantasy VI, or encounter half or encounter none like in Final Fantasy VIII. That would be kind of awesome.
Enemy away in Final Fantasy VII.
I couldn't remember the name of the FF7 one, so yeah.
Yeah, the enemy away materia. There's also enemy lore materia.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
I could just call this and let them start this and flop. Ouch.
Yeah, gotta love the bone dragons here.
No, I gotta love when things don't cure confusion.
Ouch!
This could end very quickly.
This could. But Ash is gonna burn everything to, well, ashes and save the day.
Where am I? Oh. No, I don't want to go that way. I have nothing better to do with that. Yeah, they don't really help either. Ambush and back attacks. Hey, Phoenix down though.
That's nice.
Oh no, he's confused again.
Link really needs to, pull his head out of his rear end and stop being confused. Although he probably is a little confused because he's been used to dying so much.
He's confused that the attack didn't kill him.
Yeah, dying and resurrecting gotta be heck on somebody's psyche.
Flames of Fury. That hit for 26 though. Oh, great. Ambush.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Great. And infected bolt through. Alright, so we are finally going to get out of the Ancient's Labyrinth.
What to say before you enter the Crystal Tower?
Yep. Of course, there's another ambush.
Did you expect anything less at this point?
Nope.
But hey, look at the bright side. You're taking the behemoth's flare. Yeah, more than likely AA. Because Ninja can equip anything we wanted to, so...
Yeah, it wouldn't have been as bad. Item. Just give that to him for the heck of it. Heal up. And save. actually. Just checking on one thing quick, and we'll see where that goes. Yeah. It is unfortunate that I don't get to use the shurikens at all. Also, by far my favorite music in the entire game.
I 100% agree. The Silk's Tower music is glorious. Also, welcome to the Medusa Palette Swap section of our game here.
Eating my sage right away.
Smart Medusa head. And I do want to remind everybody that coming up when we are done here, we're going to have the Super Block coming up. And that's going to be, first coming up, we're going to be Wild Anaconda 9 with the Super Metroid Route Randomizer, followed then by Janus Steel 6 with the Super Metroid Speedrunner mode, and then finally that's going to be concluded at 2:20 a.m. with Super Mario RPG. That's going to take us into all the Super Block. With that, we're going to have quite a lot of Final Fantasy for you, Final Fantasy Tactics and some Final Fantasy 9 randomizer. That's going to take you all the way through Thursday. If you want more information on that, again, we have a bunch of stuff coming up here. Randomizer, Final Fantasy 6, the original Final Fantasy 10, all kinds of fun stuff coming up. So make sure you stay tuned here for all of the randomness coming up right here on Randomassacre.
Link taking the hit to be confused.
Are you surprised at this at all?
No.
Okay. Yeah, the one thing you'll notice here about most of the enemies here in Silk's Tower is they're all, so far, pretty much palette swaps of the enemies we fought in the game, as these Flame Devils here our palette swaps of the Jin. We saw palette swaps, of course, of the Medusa. So it's a nice, interesting little thing, utilizing the limit. So all you have to do is switch the colors up of the enemies, and you can have, hey, an entirely new set of enemies here. And to the surprise of everybody, Link is taking yet another dirt nap. Go ahead and raise your hand if you're surprised at that, everybody. Alright, this door we have right here, this is where we need to utilize the Silks key. We can, enter the Crystal Palace just fine normally, and exploring there, but without the Silks key, you couldn't enter the palace proper.
Okay guys, what I'm actually going to do here, we're going to go ahead and pause the timer for right now. So I'm not holding up the marathon too much longer. I do have about 30 minutes left of my initial estimate, which was 6 hours, but so I don't hold up too much more of the randomizer. I'm actually going to stop here in Silks. I will keep my save though, because what I'll do is I'll go ahead and see if I can't come back and finish this at some point during one of the setup blocks of this marathon. This way, we're not holding up too much. People aren't getting off their schedules, because I know I personally do have work and stuff like that, so I don't want to hold anyone else up on theirs. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop it so we can get back, so we can get into the Super Metroid stuff. But definitely just keep tuned. If you follow me on Twitter or follow the schedule here or anything like that, we'll be sure to update you guys as to what's going on with the rest of this run. If it doesn't happen here, I will definitely finish this on my own channel sometime next week. So yeah, we're going to I think we're gonna get you over to Super Metroid. I think Dig Shake may be doing something with it, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and I'll notify them that they're gonna be good to go, and we'll switch over to there.